Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Coordinator General Comstech, Excellency Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhary Sahab, the chief guest of the today's workshop. So thank you for the coming. I also welcome Dr. Hifza Rashid, Director General Water Quality, Pakistan Council of Research in Water Resources. And also welcome Mr. Dr. Tahir Anwar Sahab, DG Water Management. Welcome you all, sir. Esteemed professors, distinguished researchers, and brilliant students, Assalamu alaikum. I welcome you all on the workshop on evaluating the potential of membrane technologies for desalination and wastewater recycling in OIC countries. We formally start the workshop with the recitation of the Holy Quran. For this, I request Mr. Kausar Mahmood Saab to please come on the stage and recite the verses of the Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار والفلك التي تجري في البحر بما ينفع الناس وما أنزل الله من السماء من ماء فأحيا به الأرض بعد موتها وبث فيها من كل دابة وتصريف الرياح والسحاب المسخر بين السماء والأرض لآيات لقوم يعقلون बेशक आसमान और जमीन के पैदा करने में, रात और दिन जके बाद दिगरे आते रहने में, और किश्तियों के जो उन चीजों को समुद्र में लेकर चलती हैं जो लोगों को नफा पहुंचाती हैं, और उस बारिश में जिसे अल्लाह ने आसमान से पानी की शक्ल में नाजल किया और उसके जरिए से जमीन को मुर्दा होने के बाद जिंदा किया, और इसमें हर किस्म के जानवरों को फैलाया, और हवाओं के रुख फेराते रहने में, और बादलों को आसमान और जमीन के दरमियान काबू रखने में उन लोगों के लिए बहुत सी निशानियां हैं जो अक्लमंद हैं। सदक़ल्लाहुल अज़ीम।
Jazakallah. Now I would request Dr. Hifza Rashid, Director General Water Quality, Pakistan Council of Research in Water Resources, and also the focal person of this workshop. Please, ma'am, come on the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Coordinator General Comstech, Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhary Sahab, honorable guests, distinguished speakers, esteemed colleagues and participants, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. I feel pleasure to give a brief introduction of this workshop, what are the aims and objectives of today's event. As our OIC guests and the colleagues and other participants from Pakistan have participated and very vibrantly have attended the 2 days workshop, 2 days international workshop on the water resources management and issues related to the water security and the climate change have been well discussed and deliberated. Now we feel that all the OIC countries are facing three major challenges related to the water scarcity, which is further aggravated by the population growth and the climate change and rapid urbanization. So altogether, we face that there are several regions in the OIC countries where the which are arid, and there are several areas which have issues with the salinity of the water. So the same is with Pakistan. Pakistan's per capita water availability has already touched the water stress level of less than 1,000 cubic meter in some years ago. And there was a research by PCRWR which showed that in 2025 we will have further, decline in the per capita water availability below 500 cubic meter. So with this alarming situation, the government has already taken certain initiatives regarding the water storage structures, but those would not be enough and would not be fully operational until 2029. Taking the advantage of our OIC colleagues and the experts from the member states, this workshop is organized with the aim to explore the potential of the membrane technology, which is considered to be the one of the most promising advancements in the field of water treatment and purification. With the yesterday's presentations from some of the expert colleagues, we came to know that still it is a struggling sector in the OIC countries because of the lot of investment on the desalination and the membrane availability and the manufacturing and obviously the technical capacity itself. So we thought that we should engage the leading experts, researchers, and the policymakers who can share their insights on harnessing the potential of the membrane technologies for the desalination and the wastewater recycling. So today, several participants will present about their own work on the possible desalination and the wastewater recycling. And we will deliberate on different scientific advancements, policy frameworks, and regional possible collaborations to address these pressing water challenges through the future affordability and the availability of the membrane technology. We think that there are OIC member countries who are actually leading the desalination, like Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, and we can have opportunity to learn from their expertise and experiences, and to utilize the similar models as a case studies for the other OIC member states. We feel that by working together, we can develop the sustainable solutions that ensure access to the clean and the reliable water sources for our communities. Here, I want to also talk about Pakistan, and because we could not develop much of the successful desalination models. Whatever models we have established, just 3 or 4, which could not be sustainable due to multiple issues, which we will also discuss together. So we have to switch over to the non-conventional water sources and non-conventional ways of producing the fresh water and to meet our water scarcity. Therefore, I expect, and we all expect that this workshop, the deliberations in the workshop will be fruitful for not only sharing our experiences and the sharing our research only, but we will also be able to come up with some actionable plans, with the actionable steps which can be further implemented by developing a regional collaboration, by exchanging the regional experiences, and to come up with some strategy to develop and to promote the membrane manufacturing technologies, research, and the methodologies in the OIC member states. So again, thank you very much for all of you for sparing the time in this prestigious event. And we hope that we will come up with some very fruitful deliberations today, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the insightful introduction to the workshop. Now I would request Coordinator General Comstech, Excellency Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry Sahab, to please come and present his welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome Mr. Muhammad Tahir Inbasab, a very renowned expert and certainly the one who has worked all his life in a very important sector, particularly related to food security. So, honored to have you, sir. Thank you very much. Dr. Hifza, you are our water person. You belong to our very important water institution, certainly the national institution, which deserves to be appreciated as they have worked despite many constraints on a very high quality water science and technology. We also have with us many distinguished participants from OIC countries. I can still see them around. There were plenty of them, but some of them have actually left last night. And then our own experts from different institutions. Would also like to appreciate Comstech team, particularly Mr. Abdulalim Aswasab for joining together for, excellent, even in this very important topic. Fazima has just finished a very important event yesterday. So just a continuation of water. And when I was listening these beautiful verses from the Holy Script, and I thought of the wisdom which we get from Holy Quran is just so overwhelming. You think the entire cycle of hydrology is mentioned in the Holy Book, and not only water cycle hydrology and how it is related to life, but in fact, a lot of other disciplines in biology, how creatures develop, how it goes through various stages, evolution, human evolution, cosmology, how stars and planets move, entomology, how insects communicate with each other. So it's a whole science and science which we keep exploring in the Holy Book. So we are so fortunate that we have been bestowed upon with such a tremendous treasure of knowledge, unparalleled of anything else in the world. The words from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which is a divine guidance for us. And that actually takes us to a very important point. We need to do science and technology which benefit humanity. The science and technology in the Muslim world and in the context of Islam is related to solving problems. It's related to helping humanity, troubleshooting, and doing something which benefits larger humanity at large. Never in the history of Muslim world, especially during the golden age of Islam, Muslims have ever invented anything which has harmed humanity. This was largely because everything related to science and technology and knowledge in Islam is related to value system. When it goes to the people who lack values, then atoms split it and cities destroyed. Millions of people died. Everything else, the world is polluted. You see many of these enduring climate change challenges is largely because of irresponsible science. They have done science which has harmed humanity, which has been used for controlling humanity, which is hegemon in nature, which is largely related to controlling of people and strengthening colonization, which was meant to not solve problems, but to create problems. And the problem in hand with us is very obvious. We have water bodies completely polluted. We have rivers, lakes. Lake Chad is a typical case. You can see if you wish to read about the most important problem in African continent is lake charge, shared by 3 different countries. Major source of water and irrigation. It's now drying up. LC is drying up, and all this because of climate change. And climate change is largely because of irresponsible industrialization. Absolute uh, unrespected use of natural resources, which has led to this tremendous catastrophe which is unfolding in front of us. And we are, unfortunately, a victim of it. Victim in a major sense, victim either in terms of deforestation, victim in terms of drought, victim is in terms of mega floods, and we are the one who are recipient of all these bad science which was done by people with no value. This is one point which I wanted to, but at the same time, technologies have been developed, and these technologies can play an extremely important role. Science can be used for useful purposes. Science is meant to be used for useful purposes. So we have this wonderful opportunity for us to use any kind of water and convert that into usable water. And I think among those technologies, membrane technology is the most crucial and the important one. We see countries after countries using membrane technologies, as has been mentioned, Observer, using desalination membrane technology. They use energy, which is abundantly available. They use expensive membrane because they can afford it. But of course, anything which is relevant to people in general, 1/4 of humanity of the Muslim world, with 3/4, with 3/5 of the landmass, or 2.5% of the landmass, is only 14% of water resources, and even those resources are also polluted. Technology has to be adoptable and affordable. If it is not affordable and adoptable, this is completely out of the forecast. It is not in our convent. It is not which we can use. So my request would be that kindly, when you discuss and deliberate upon membrane technologies and its potential, please think of affordability, because 27 of 57 member states are least developed countries in OIC region. It has to be affordable and adoptable. It cannot be so complicated, which cannot be used by non-specialists. So please do really respect the constraints within which we work together. I would also request you to kindly work towards more translation. Science has been done in many laboratories of the world. Can really move forward one step? Can we really convert that into services which can be extended? So this workshop is extremely important. I'm glad that this is followed by a much wider policy level encompassing event which we concluded last evening. But when it comes to solutions, these are the solutions which we all have to work on. I'm so absolutely grateful for your presence. You are the stars of today and tomorrow. You are the one who can make things happen. And remember, I live in Karachi city where I've really seen people. It's called urban nomads. People moving from one place to the other only because of lack of water. There are places in our country where people do not really have access to water, and similar stories goes on in various OIC member states. You need to help them, and you need to help them with the spirit of what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants us to do. Thank you very much. I'm so extremely grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the welcome address, sir. Now, at last in inaugural session, I would request Mr. Muhammad Tahir Anwar Saab, former DG Water Management and National Project Coordinator. Topic of the presentation is wastewater, a resource investing in wastewater treatment. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Very good morning. It has been always been pleasure to be amongst the galaxy of experts, scientists, practitioners. And I'm grateful to the Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator General of the comstech, for inviting me, for providing me this opportunity to be among these esteemed gathering of experts and practitioners, and not from Pakistan, but overseas. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be talking about the wastewater, which is as a resource. And we'll share some thoughts with you with regard to how we can invest into this, to make this resource a more profitable and usable tool for the country. Water is essential for life, but humanity faces many complex challenges associated with increased demand, variable supply, widespread pollution, and water-related disasters. And climate changes and population growth is expected to put additional pressure on these water resources all over the world. The sequence of the presentation is flashed. Ladies and gentlemen, when you look at the OIC resource region and what are the resources, 82.3% of these water resources are the surface water, and whereas the 17.7 over 17% is the groundwater. And resource demand is where the agriculture sector is drawing about 87% of the water resources, whereas the municipal and the industrial sector is drawing 4% and 9% respectively. And what are the issues we are associated, as Professor Chaudhry and Dr. Hipta has also pointed out, that the rapid population growth, rapid urbanization, and they are putting pressure on these renewable water resources, and also deteriorating the quality of the available resources. There are changing in the consumption pattern, especially after the post-COVID scenario, and there are impacts of climate change and poor implementation and the regulations, different policy matters and the regulations are implementation of poor in most of the countries. OIC countries collectively receive about 16.2% of the world's annual precipitation. And during the same period, the OIC countries in MENA and ECA regions received the lowest annual precipitation, while SALA and SSA received the most precipitation. When you look at the seasonal water supply variable, it indicates the degree of fluctuation of water supply between months of the year. Many OIC countries have high to extremely high levels of the seasonal variation. There's variations, especially SSA and some of the SALA regions. Seasonal variabilities has already posed significant negative impacts on natural water supply services in many African countries. Whereas the absolute and the relative value of renewable water availability in the OIC regions, the availability of water resources is closely linked to the region's climatic conditions, which explains the precipitation levels. The SALA region, when you look at this slide, the SALA region has the highest availability of renewable water resource, which stands at over 4,500 cubic kilometers per year. And whereas the MENA and the ECA have the lowest resources at 360 and 504 cubic kilometer per year. And given the low population level in the ECA, the relative availability of the water resources in the region is close to the SSA. Although SSA has almost 4 times as much absolute water availability in the ECA. When you look at the water withdrawal in the OIC region and the world, OIC region is about is withdrawing 99.8% of the renewable, all the conventional renewable water resources. And whereas the world average is 96.7. And when you look at the unconventional resources, the direct use of agriculture, the world is standing at 2.4%, whereas the non-AOIC developing countries stands at 4.9%. When you look at the OIC, it is only using the 0.1% of the total water resources available. So there is an opportunity that we can learn from the non-OIC developing countries to use of the unconventional water resources. This picture shows the groundwater withdrawal, top 10 countries in the OIC region. The maximum withdrawal that UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, and Egypt are withdrawing because of the non-availability of surface water, whereas Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and Mali are drawing about more than 99% of their surface water resources available to them. Water demand, when you look at the water demand, the OIC region is 87, as I already said that 87% is drawing for the agriculture overall in the OIC region, against the 72% of the world where it is from the fresh water, all the water resources. And it is variable 81 to 99% of the water resources have been used in the OIC region for the agriculture purposes. The projected change in the 90s. Globally, water demand has been increasing since 1990s by around 1.1% per year. And the drivers, combination of the demand drivers such as population growth, socioeconomic development, and change in consumption pattern has led to the significant increase water demand supply by 40% in most of the OIC countries. And it is forecasted that the water demand will grow by 1.4 to 1.7 times by or relative to the 2010 estimates. And it is projected that the global average demand would increase by around 20 to 30% by 2040. Water stress is when defined as the countries begin to experience water stress at a 25% level of withdrawal, while above 70% is considered as critically stressed. There are 29 OIC member countries undergoing water stress, which are of critical water stress levels, and 5 countries are in very critical stress levels. Most countries that suffer water stress are the ones in arid and semi-arid regions. Water stress levels have been projected in this one. When you look at the water stress levels is increasing over time as water demand grows due to the urbanization, population growth, and changes in the consumption patterns. And by the year 2040, the region that are already experiencing water stress will be more disastrous, while some regions will start to undergo water stress. Overall, water-related risks is one of the most important components of the safeguarding water security. The ability to understand the water-related risk and the uncertainty in the initial steps to practice sustainable water management. The diversity of the water risks between and within the OIC countries, coexist, and most OIC countries are already exposed to at least medium to high water risk. poor water quality is directly impacting the people who rely on these resources. And it have a negative impact, negative implication of society. Water literacy disease is common in developing countries where wastewater is rarely treated before it's discharged into the environment. And you look at the picture on this one, it shows that in OIC regions, the untreated collected wastewater, it has been in grave slide portion shows that the water has not been collected and it has been discharged untreated to the water bodies and contaminating the resources. Whereas maroon and the red is showing that though it has been collected, but it has not been treated properly and disposed to the water bodies, and resulting in the contamination of the water resources. Beside inadequate treatment of wastewaters, eutrophication also poses potential risk to the water quality with the minerals and nutrients that induce excessive growth of algae. Some coastal areas in OIC member countries have high level of eutrophications. Morocco, Tunisia, Turkey, Syria, Bangladesh, several islands in Indonesia has experienced this one. When you look at the wastewater status in the OIC countries, the water, what is the wastewater? There are different definitions of the wastewater. Wastewater can be defined as the byproduct of many uses of water. It is the wastewater, US EPA is defined as the water that has been used and contains dissolved or suspended wastewater materials. Another definition is the wastewater as a water that has been adversely affected in quality by anthropogenic activity. And mostly these are the water contamination in the world is mostly because of these anthropogenic activities. And the wastewater has been generated through domestic, industrial, or agriculture sectors. And it has to the classification of the green water, which we receive in the form of natural from rain, snow, or humidity. It could be a blue water, which is water from the river, lakes, and oceans. And wastewater, the two categories: gray water, which we receive from the shower, the laundry machines, and there is a black water, which is having in from the industry, water features, and the flushing water. This slide shows the water production, collection, and treatment and the reuse the world over. It is the A is the production per cubic meter per year per capita, and B is the collection, how much is that one is collected, the wastewater has been collected. Whereas the C shows the treatment, how much collected forces have been treated, and the reused, what percentage of the reuse is given at the D portion. This slide you the country level wastewater production. It has the wastewater chain into the production, collection, treatment, and reuse. And the wastewater data, the B part shows the wastewater data availability, which has been with a number of countries for which wastewater data is available. About 118 countries have the wastewater data available, whereas under 2 as a collection and treatment and reuse similarly. And C is the present percent of the population which is covered. That is the proportion of the global population for which wastewater data is available. Wastewater generation in OIC countries, it is generally generating significant portion of 1,000 billion cubic meter has been reportedly been generated within the OIC countries. And it is high in the high income countries are generating under 50 to 300 liters per capita per day, as compared to the low income countries of 50 to 100 liters. And urbanization, as I said earlier, the urbanization is impacting that led to the increased wastewater generation. And that is also also outpacing the infrastructure development, the central infrastructure which has already been developed that has not been coping with that increasing demand due to the urbanization. Globally, 40% of the wastewater generator has been treated. In which is we are lagging. In OIC countries, about 40% of the generated wastewater has been reportedly been treated, and the countries are lagging behind from the global average of 56%. When you look at the regional breakdown of the this one, the GCC countries are treating 79% of the with advanced infrastructures like the membrane technologies and other advancements. And the middle income countries are treating about 30 to 60% of the water, and of which Turkey is treating more than 70% of the municipal wastewater. Whereas look in the low income countries of the OIC regions, they are treating only the 10 to 20% with a limited infrastructure and resilience of the decentralized systems. Untreated wastewater is over 60% of wastewater is discharged untreated, contributing to the environment degradation of the public health risks. What are the challenges we are facing with regard to the treatment of the wastewater? That is the public health. It is contaminated water is a cause for the waterborne diseases, and the pharmaceuticals discharged into the wastewater contribute to the antibiotic resistance. There are environmental degradation issues, which is water polluting the water bodies, and the eutrophication of the coastal areas because of the disposal of the nutrient-rich wastewater, and the soil contaminations due to the use of untreated contaminated wastewater, which degrades the soil quality and affects the food security. There are economic costs to the untreated water, that is the healthcare costs. Waterborne diseases impose significant healthcare burdens in the developing, especially in the developing countries. Then the loss of productivity. When you are ill, you cannot produce more, therefore the loss of the illness and the environmental damages reduce economic productivity, and also impact in terms of the economics and the fisheries. Climate change is also impacting, putting the pressure on the water resources, and then extreme weather, flooding, and the storms can overwhelm the wastewater systems, leading to spills and the contamination. There are the inequalities with the urban and rural. Rural areas often lack the basic sanitation and the wastewater treatment facilities. There is also inequalities between the developed and the developing countries. Low-income countries face a greater challenges due to limited resources and infrastructure. This is all just a repetition. That this is within the OIC countries, we have a very limited water resource. Water availability is the issue in the OIC countries, which are located in the arid and the semi-arid regions, making water scarcity a critical issue. This scarcity complicates the treatment and the use of the wastewater. There is the limitations, there's also limitation access to the water and sanitation facilities. Many countries lack the infrastructure needed to effectively treat wastewater generated in these countries. Balancing water use and food production, as most of the countries are agriculture-based economies. Therefore, it is very difficult. It's a complex task to keep the balance between the water use and the food production. Access to the finances, the most of the countries do not have funding of the wastewater treatment projects. It's often limited. Many OIC countries struggle to secure the necessary financial resources to build and maintain water resources facilities. Then comes the transboundary issues. Many countries are sharing the water resources, And they have also the issues in the there are issues in the water sharing issues, in the managing the water issues. So therefore, the cooperation between the countries who are sharing the water resources is very essential, but often it is very challenging as well. Climate change exacerbates water scarcity and affects the availability and quality of the water resources. This adds to an additional layer of the complexity of water waste treatment. And what hinders that, Dr. Chaudhary has also mentioned, what hinders the performance of these treatment facilities? There's a challenge of the functionalities, there's the high environment costs, power cuts, power failure, compliance with the regulations, and the capacity of the workers, industrial wastewater imports, and some other industrial wastewater are there, a solid material which has been which has discharged along with the wastewater and the presence of the solid waste. There are the technical and capacity issues, the technology choice, and the technical capacity. Those, I remember in technology is the promising the technology, but it's not. But the most of the countries which is not those who are suffering from the financial resources, it is very difficult for them to adopt them. Inappropriate technology sections, breakdown of equipment, and inadequate technical backup, inadequate workers' capacity. Then there are also the financial considerations. Domestic investments are not readily available or available to be used for this treatment facilities. Inadequate analysis of consideration of the operational expenditure. It has not been accounted for while putting in the project for this one. Lack of household connections, operational costs, and the tariffs which have been governing in this area. There are institutional blockages in the form of the weak management, layer of the procurement systems, inadequate policies which is not translated into those of we have the policies but are not into the actions, and the poor implementation of the rules and laws and regulations. What is the potential of this one? Wastewater considered as a resource to generate heat, electricity, or to extract nutrients and to purify the water which can be used for the industrial sector, for agriculture sector, and may be used for for potable purposes. And it has the opportunities if that is increased in demand of sanitation systems, lower the price of systems, and encourage the entrepreneurships. And this one, the opportunities are there. When you look at this one, there's a 380 billion cubic meter produced annually, which is increased by 20% by 2030 and 51% by 2050. It has 1 point is the wastewater generated annually has the potential of 16.6 million ton of the nitrogen, 3.6 million ton of phosphorus, and 6 million of the potassium embedded in it. And if it is extracted, it can extract offset 13.4% of the nutrient demand for the agriculture, and it supports SDG goals. SDG goal 6, 7, and including the adaptation to the climate change and zero, and advance into the net zero energy processes. This is, which I have already said, the potential of the nutrient production, which is extracted. It can generate revenue of the 2 nitrogen in the shape of nitrogen, $9 billion annually. It can generate this one. The potential of energy production at this the 2015 level, it can, if it is energy can be produced by 130 billion kilowatts, we can light up to 158 million households. These are the benefits which can be realized in the wastewater treatment, which is in the monetary values, or some intangible benefits which can also be realized, which cannot be monetized, but it can have the impact on the lives of the population which is affected by the clearing. Now the investment challenges and options, I'll quickly run through this one. We need to have the policy framework. Policy framework and the regulatory framework, policy and the regulatory framework are put in place. Infrastructure implement, the service efficiency, we have to increase the service efficiency for the implementation of these one, meaning thereby that we need to have the project has to be properly developed and implemented. Their infrastructure implementation, they need to be have, and the management and the maintenance and management skills has to be improved. And there are financial constraints. Government has to put the resources for treatment of the wastewater. And there are technological challenges, as been mentioned by the inaugural address. And it has to be technology, choosing the technology that we discussed, it has to be economically affordable, environmentally sustainable, and socially acceptable. The options and the solutions already been discussed: policy and regulations, strengthening enforcement, implement the integrated water resources management, decentralize the governance, and international cooperation has to be enhanced. Then increase the public funding, go for the innovating financing, that is green bonds or something, public-private partnerships, and then the technology informations, it's decentralized systems, smart water management using the IO and the AI and technologies. Water reuse for agriculture, industrial ground can be used for the groundwater recharge. Yeah, public awareness and education the community has to be engaged, and the result to capacity has to be built to the communities for the management of the wastewater and the solid waste. And there is need to change the behavioral changes among the communities through awareness campaigns. And the resource recovery, it has to be into the circular economy based on the resource recovery. That sustainable practices have to be implemented. And the climate adaptation measures will also be, it has to be a climate resilient technology that will climate resilient to the top one. This is a circular economy model, which is has been now been the circular economy model has emerged as a response to the current unsustainable linear model of take, make, consume, and waste. The circular economy offers an opportunity to recognize and capture the full value of water as a service, an input to processes and source of energy, and a carrier of nutrients and other materials effect on the water resources. So adopting these principles can also transform wastewater treatment from a costly service to one that is self-sustaining and adds value to the economy. Additional revenue streams from selling treated water can help cover operational maintenance costs of the expansion. And to realize the full benefits of circular economy, the 5R circular water management system has to be embraced for the resilience and inclusiveness: reuse, reuse, recycle, restore, and recover. And these are the critical junctures where water, energy, and material intersects, and the opportunities arises to transition to the circular economy. In conclusions, wastewater should be considered as a sustainable source of water, energy, nutrients, and other recoverable byproducts, rather than a burden. Addressing challenges require increased investment, regional cooperation, and innovative solutions to protect public health, safeguard ecosystems, and unlock the potential of the wastewater as a resource. And managing wastewater by increasing wastewater collection and treatment on-site and off-site can help achieve the 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development. This is the literature cited. In the end, ladies and gentlemen, water is a water. There is no wastewater. So we have to treat the water cycle as a life cycle. Thank you very much for giving the patience, Aaron.
Thank you so much, sir, for the comprehensive presentation. With this, we have concluded the inaugural session. I request all of you to join outside the auditorium for the group photo, followed by the high tea, and we will be back at 11:30 a.m. to start the next scientific session.
Welcome ji, very good. Good morning. I am Professor Dr. Rashid Aftab, Director, Dean, Faculty of Public Policy, Rifa International University. So I will be moderating these scientific sessions. Obviously, since in inaugural session, the various aspects of membrane technology, whether from the affordability, availability, or adaptability was highlighted by the distinguished resource persons. So in these sessions, we'll be more focusing on the specific area of the membrane technology. And first of all, I am going to request Dr. Ali Sharfi Ortak, who is a project officer, Statistical Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. She is going to, I think, discuss about the capacity building and regional collaboration in water management in OIC. I hope it would be a very interesting. Please, Dr. Saifa.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Rashid, for giving me the floor. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to start by thanking the organizing this important workshop. Today, I'm honored to present to you the various initiatives undertaken by my organization, that is the Statistical Economic Social Research Training Center for Islamic Countries, related to water management. The presentation will provide deep insight into seismic activities, efforts, and in this important domain. Yes. Content of my presentation. Yeah, presentation of my presentation objective is the presentation aims to highlight seismic mandate, key focus areas, with a specific emphasis on its activities related to the water, including statistic information, economic and social research, and training technical cooperation. Yeah, I would like to give a brief introduction about my organization, Statistical Economic Social Research Training Center for Islamic Countries. It is short name is CISRIC. CISRIC was founded in 1978 as a subsidiary organization of Islamic cooperation, following a resolution from the 8th Islamic Conference for Responsible Islamic Conference of Foreign Minister in May 1977, which was held in Tripoli, Libya. The center started its activities in Ankara, Turkey on 1st June 1978. Over the past 45 years, it has adopted its initiatives to support the OIC member countries in tackling development challenges. Its mandate area is to collect, processes, process and dissemination socio-economic statistic information on for the utilization of the member countries to study and evaluate the economic and social development in member countries to help generate proposals that will initiate and enhance cooperation among them, and to organize training programs, capacity building programs in selected fields to the needs of member countries. Yes. According to the mandate area of the CISRIC, we have 3 technical departments. First one is statistic and information. Second one is economic and social research. Third one is training, capacity building, and technical cooperation. Under the statistic and information, we call it OIC STOT. CISRIC manage a comprehensive database. The OIC STOT, which tracks key indicators across environmental, social, and economic dimensions. It offers OIC member countries access to reliable and consistent data that helps identify regional trends and areas for targeted action. Currently, the database includes 1,852 indicators, and these indicators, 71 of them are directly related to the water. Yes. Under the economic and social research, we prepare background reports. It is like, you can see one of our background reports, technical reports in the area of water. It is OIC water report. We prepare this report. We present to the ministerial station for each ministerial station responsible for water management. Yes. Then we present this reports for the ministerial session. In the ministerial session, we will receive resolutions from these reports. What we can do for the benefit of OIC member countries? What are the challenges? According to these challenges, we start our activities in the area of capacity building program and technical cooperation. CISRIC capacity building efforts, it is under the training and technical cooperation. Since initiation of CISRIC various capacity building programs and projects, we have organized a total of 21 capacity building activities to enhance the capacities of member countries in the area of water. Around 765 participants from 42 OIC member countries benefited from these activities. I would like to give background for the capacity building program of CISRIC. What is capacity building program? CISRIC currently has 23 different capacity building programs in each areas, which start from agriculture. Goes like we have agriculture, tourism, poverty alleviation, water, central banking. Under each capacity building program, we do exchange of experts. For example, under 23 capacity building programs, we have questionnaires. The questionnaires are prepared by our member country experts from our national institution or from our member countries, according to the needs of the member countries. And according to the resolution, which I, for the previous slide, I mentioned it, we prepare questionnaire. We collect the needs of the member countries from member countries. How we can send this questionnaire? We send this questionnaire through their diplomatic channels, through their embassies in Ankara, Turkey. We receive their needs according to the questionnaire. For example, we send questionnaires to Pakistan, Ministry of Water. They select the areas of their needs in the area of water. Then we send questionnaire to Indonesia, they also fail. We match this questionnaire. For one side, we have needs. For another side, we have offer. For example, in the area of the recycling, water recycling, Pakistan needs a training course. Then Indonesia can provide this training course, can offer this training course. We bring together these two countries to share their best practices and experience in the area of water, and we do exchange of experts. Yes, we have three capacity building programs. They are related to agriculture and water. Actually, with the environment, we can call food. One is agriculture capacity building program. We do activities, projects under in the area of agriculture within the framework of this capacity building programs. We have cotton capacity building program, and we have environment capacity building program. We have water capacity building program. 79 activities organized within these three capacity building programs for the benefit of our member countries. These activities, it is not like short-term training courses. We have include workshops, study visits, technical visits, on-site activities also. There are some examples. Water research, under the water research management capacity building programs, we had a technical visit on water research management held on 8 to 19 August. It was a long training course, that is why I put it. It held in Turkey. We invite water experts from different OIC member countries, and they did exchange of experiences in Turkey, and they visit different cities in Turkey, different water institutions in Turkey. We have online training courses also. Previously, before the coronavirus, we were doing all our activities, physical activities. After the coronavirus, we are doing that, we see the topics or themes of the activities. If there is no need for the technical visit, first we start with the online training course. After the online training course, we evaluate, then we start on-site study visits. These are the examples of our activities from online and on-site. Yes, for the 2025, we have planned activities. There are 4 activities I have mentioned here. We would like to invite all the member countries and water experts and agriculture experts to join and benefit from these activities. That activities we will announce on our website. You can freely join and benefit from these activities. Yes, apart from this capacity building program, we have water portal. Since 2 days we were discussing about this. The OIC water portal on water resources, you can find this link, was launched following the OIC conference of ministers responsible for water on 5-6 March 2012 in Istanbul, Turkey. Yeah. Just I want to share some details here. This water portal aims to strengthen communication, cooperation, and knowledge sharing among the stakeholders in OIC member countries. The main objectives of the water portal include facilitating the exchange of experience, promoting innovative techniques, and sharing success stories in water management. By enhancing collaboration, the portal seeks to empower member countries to adopt best practices, effectively address water resource challenges, ultimately contributing sustainable regional development. This is the main page of our water portal. Yeah, these are the portal contents. We have important conventions here. We have news, events, success stories, policies, and regulation. Through this portal, we encourage our member countries. For example, news and events, we collect the news of and events of our member countries we publish here. Other member countries to be informed from their activities. Success stories, for example, if there is any successful project from one of our member countries, we put here to motivate our member countries, to read the member countries to inform us about their capacity. Policies and regulation, if there is an important policy and regulation, one of our member countries, we put here and inform our other member countries. Water statistics. My previous slide, I informed about the statistical information. We linked that water statistic pages here related to water statistics you can find from here, from the web portal. Publication, we have two kinds of publications. Yes, two kinds of publications. One is publication reporters in the area of water from our member countries we publish under this portal. Another one is CISRIC own reports publication in the area of water we publish here. It is freely, you can access CISRIC website and you can benefit from all statistics and publication, all indicators here. Yes, utilizing the OIC water portal, there is a need for comprehensive cooperation from OIC member countries to enhance participation in information sharing. We encourage you to submit your water-related project publication and news article for publication, helping us create a dynamic and researchable platform for all our member states. This is our portal's QR code you can access from here. Yes. Reverse linkage projects. I think, I don't know, all of you yesterday were here in the presentation of our colleagues from Islamic Development Bank. He mentioned it regarding reverse linkage project. Reverse linkage project is like a platform. It is South-South cooperation. It is initiated by Islamic Development Bank. Together with Islamic Development Bank, CISRIC, and with other partners, we have successfully completed 5 reverse linkage projects. This project is not short-term projects. They are 5-year, 6-year projects. I put here, you know, these projects are last year we finished. I mean, we completed. One is the reverse linkage project between Pakistan and Turkey on earthquake seismological research. It is completed, you know, we completed this successfully, this project. It was one of the successful projects for Pakistan. Turkey shared its experiences with Pakistan in the area of earthquake. It was include more than 15 capacity building activities, training courses, workshop, long-term training courses. For example, the Pakistani experts visit Turkey for 1 month to receive training course. Then experts from Turkey came to the Pakistan, you know, to visit the areas, and they stayed more than 15, 20 days. I think they gave presentations. Another project is reverse linkage project between the Bangladesh and Turkey on enhancing capacity in cotton varieties development. This was also 5-year project. Again, Turkey shared its experiences in the area of cotton with Bangladesh. This successful project includes 12 capacity building activities. Yes, we have maybe, you are all informed about the comstech project. Comstech, CISRIC with comstech completed 16 projects, you know, in different areas. Comstech has 5 areas like agriculture, poverty alleviation, trade, tourism. And in the area of agriculture, we have completed 5 projects. This year, we have submitted 5 projects again to COMSIC. One of them is promoting unconventional water resources to enhance agriculture productivity in water resources OIC member countries. We will be receiving funds for this. Last week, COMSIC announced this project is final listed. I would like to invite all member countries participate and benefit the activities of this project. Inshallah, we will be sending the invitation through your diplomatic channel. This was my presentation about the CISRIC and its initiatives. Thank you very much for your kind attention. If you have questions.
So, thank you, Dr. Alia. You are absolutely within your time. I think still 30 seconds were left, although I think we are going to take questions after all the presentations will be done. That would be more appropriate. Thanks for your. And Dr. Alia, I think, has highlighted SES RC support to the all OIC countries, particularly in context with the development of database, which is being used in about more than 1,800 indicators, and out of which 71 indicators are related to the water. She also explained about the 3 capacity building program, and one is specifically with the water sector, plus interesting water portal has already been created, which is which provides an extensive support to the OIC member countries, and the technical capacity which her organization possesses is that to provide or to address the specific need of that specific countries, whether that is in context with the one more interesting area which they have developed is the water portal. And this water portal is primarily is an initiative which was undertaken in order to improve the communications with the various stakeholders. Thank you, Dr. Alia. Our next speaker is Dr. Asad Sabar Qureshi Saab, who is Senior Scientist, Water and Irrigation Management, the International Center of Biosaline Agriculture, UAE. Dr. Qureshi, I think he's going to talk about under the theme capacity building and regional collaboration in water management. Qureshi, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, yesterday I talked about the desalination in GCC countries. And we talk about some challenges, opportunities, costs, all these things. Even today, this morning, presentations and yesterday, whenever we talk about wastewater challenges, the first thing comes health hazard. Everybody talk about health hazard. So what is health hazard? Do we really know what is the health hazard? How much work we have done or planning to do if we are serious in addressing the health hazard issue? So before you think of any solution, you must understand the problem that you have. What I'm going to talk today is, I will talk about one study which my institute has done, actually I have done, to evaluate that if you use wastewater for agriculture particularly, what are really health hazards and how serious they are. Are we living in reality, or there are some myths which are surrounding us? So if one person says health hazard, others just follow health hazard, health hazard, health hazard. So try to be with me for next 15 minutes. I will try to be on time. So I talked just yesterday that we are the GCC is the driest part. Demand is very high. 80% of the water still used by exploiting the groundwater, which is also of very poor quality anyway. And the imbalance between groundwater recharge and discharge is huge, which usually comes from groundwater. And because we are exploiting groundwater too much, now all these GCC countries are looking forward to find the alternate ways of getting water. One of them is these non-conventional water resources, which we call the desalination of seawater, wastewater, or whatever, gray water, black water, dark water, red water, whatever you call it. Now, if you see here, these are the water resources. I showed this slide yesterday also. And the last two columns actually tells you 27.3%. A billion cubic meter is roughly abstracted from the groundwater, and 5.3 is only recharge, because rainfall is very, very minimal, under 50 maximum. So that is understandable. But when you go to the wastewater in these 6 countries, you see the last column, last line, whatever we are producing, 73% we are treating, and only 39% we are using. Why we are using 39%? Because of all those reasons which we discussed yesterday. It may be religious problems. Some people consider health hazard problems. And some people are just don't like to eat anything which is grown with wastewater. These are the perceptions more than reality. Now the one estimation is that if we start using the remaining 61% of treated wastewater for agriculture, then we can meet 11% of the total water demand, and we can reduce 15% of the fossil groundwater which we are extracting into the country. Now, when you talk about treating wastewater, there are 3 types of treatment which normally we do. If you read from the bottom, goes up, the primary level is only used because it still contains a lot of material which you don't like to see in your water. So this is mainly used for timber, forests, which are not eatable, or you are not touching them. And they have the large capacity to absorb these things. If you go little level up, and you treat it up to secondary level, and remember, all these levels have a cost. So that's why you don't want to treat every water up to the tertiary level. If you go to the secondary level treatment, it is much clearer and can be used for landscape, nursery flowers, palm trees, even to cotton, because cotton is one of the best salt tolerant crop, goes up to 12 decibels threshold if you are aware. And it can be given to animals as well, because it does not contain those heavy metals, which can be detrimental for their meat and milk production. The tertiary level, which is considered as the quite highest level, is free from most of the health hazard issues and can be used to irrigate all sorts of crops. And it is being used in many other countries. And I mentioned yesterday that in GCC countries, because the rules are very strict, that's why they are still not allowing it to use for the food and fodder crops. So to answer and to convince the UAE government that because all water which is treated in the GCC countries is treated at tertiary level, the highest level. And in UAE, we are trying to convince the government that that can be used for crops. Although they are not convinced yet, they need more evidence, but the effort is there. Now, in all the GCC countries, 2 types of treatments are mainly used. The thermal technologies and the membrane technology. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. The thermal technologies, and if you see more than 8,600 desalination plants installed worldwide are using these technologies, with 20% of them in the US alone, perhaps the largest. And the capacity-wise, they are number 2nd. In GCC countries, thermal technologies have rarely been used. They are not using this technology very much. The reason is simple. It's very costly. And number 2 is that it is for desalination of seawater. And as I mentioned yesterday, that has very small share in the total consumption of wastewater. And most of the multi-strainer plants have been built in the Middle East because they have huge amount of energy in GCC countries, and they are energies relatively inexpensive in these countries, particularly in GCC countries. Now, if you go to the most commonly used treated wastewater technology is the reverse osmosis, which is a membrane type. So you push the water through a membrane, and the membrane hold all the metals or sediments and let the water pass through. It's like a sponge, you can put. Now the reverse osmosis system over time has become relatively cheaper. In 1979, the cost of 1 meter cube of water, which you treat, costing you $5.5 per meter cube, each meter cube of water. Now in 1999, it has dropped to $0.5. And that is one of the reasons that more and more RO plants are now being used in the Middle East as well. Currently, the desalination water from sea, the cost which is GCC countries are putting into that is about $1.45 per meter cube. That is still very high compared to treated wastewater, but they have no other option because their whole municipal supply is based on desalination water. Now, what I wanted to show, this slide I showed already yesterday, so I don't want to repeat it. In UAE, we produce 1,400 million cubic meter of wastewater estimated by 2030. Now, if we are using only 50 to 60% of that for our beneficial use of agriculture, the rest is just siphoned to the sea, it's a huge loss. So we are trying to convince them that more water should be used for agriculture. Currently, it is 55%. We want to raise it to 90%. So for this purpose, we try to use, we did one technical study. There are some benefits people talk about. It has more nutrients. It can reduce the cost of fertilizer. And, you know, if you are in a dry season, crop production during the dry season can be enhanced. It is not fine. If water is there, you can enhance. But the cost which we are paying to the human health, soil health, and the overall environment is much larger than the benefit. Now, the study that we did, which I actually wanted to show you today, to evaluate the uptake of heavy metals by crops. So we did this experiment on 6 kitchen garden, you can call it vegetables, which include lettuce, tomato, eggplant, spinach, carrots, and radish. We irrigated them with treated wastewater, which we get from the Bay municipality, treated at the tertiary level. And to quantify the associated health risk for humans. If you see this 2-3 graphs, you will find that copper, iron, zinc, and chromium concentrations were higher in lettuce. I already mentioned it yesterday that the leafy vegetables have more opportunity to consume these heavy metals. And similarly, copper was higher in spinach. However, all these values were still below than the WHO standards, which they have mentioned as the standards of this heavy metal that can be present in the plant, and they will not harm the human body. And if you go one step further and talk about the microbial loading is that they take how much total coliforms or bacterial counts these vegetables can uptake. The highest level of total coliforms were observed in spinach again, followed by radish and eggplants. The same way, E. coli, which you call it as bacteria count, they were higher on lettuce, tomato, eggplants, and carrots were higher than radish and spinach. So all these are the health hazard issues that you need to address to understand before you can work on that. Now, if you take the assessment of health risk for humans, for example, there's a term called bioaccumulation factor. Bioaccumulation factor simply means that how much of this heavy metal one plant can accumulate while growing, while using that water which you apply as irrigation. Now, the bioaccumulation factor for ferrous, copper, zinc, and chromium is highest in lettuce. That defines actually that while leafy vegetables are more dangerous to eat when they are irrigated with treated wastewater, because their bioaccumulation factor is very high. They can accumulate more heavy metals into that. Bioaccumulation factor for copper was also higher in spinach. And bioaccumulation factor for copper, zinc, and chromium was also significant in carrots. So these two things explained you why I said yesterday that leafy vegetables are more dangerous to eat when they are irrigated with treated wastewater. Now, the health risks because of if you eat these vegetables could be that chromium is major component contributing to the potential health hazard. So if the chromium is high in your plants or the final product which you want to eat, the risk of having health problems is higher. And followed by iron, zinc, and copper are also likely to cause health risk. And our study also shows that children are more vulnerable to health hazards if they are eating this type of vegetable than adults. Which one thing which I didn't, I'm not going to show it here. The total amount of the vegetables, how much you take every day, and if you take it over a year, how much actually these heavy metals you are accumulating in your body. And our finding was that if you continue using these vegetables continuously every day, up to 200 grams or something, up to 50 years you can survive because of this without any health risk by eating them. So this I mentioned yesterday also, the quality, lack of transmission infrastructure, groundwater. Why people don't use treated wastewater in GCC countries? Because groundwater is highly subsidized, almost energy free. And there is no licensing system, how much you can pump here or here. Then for farmers, it is very easy to use groundwater rather than go for treated wastewater. So we have recommended the government that they should put some restrictions on groundwater and force people to use the treated wastewater. And there is an apparent conflict on, which is in many countries, not only in GCC, agricultural policies and available water. Now, water is very small in GCC countries, but still they want to grow fodder, which is very having high water intensive. They want to even grow alpha, mercy, the highest one. So these things need to be changed. And the fodder production, alfalfa production in the GCC countries have already been banned because of this reason. And the same is here. You go to Sindh, you go to other areas, 120, 150 millimeter rainfall, but everybody wants to grow sugar. Now, there are few opportunities which you can still use this treated wastewater without the health risk. Number one is, of course, awareness. people should know. But the main thing which I want to mention here is the selection of crops. Now, we have shown you that certain crops, of course, more work is need to be done for the crops you are growing here. There are certain crops which respond more quickly and more dangerously to the treated wastewater than others. So if you can avoid those crops, which are more risky in terms of human health, and grow those which are less risky, the success can be high. And of course, I told you the leafy vegetables we should avoid because they are the main source of health hazard, health risk, than to the fruit type. For example, if you grow carrot, you don't eat leaves, you eat the fruit, carrot or potato. But if you eat later spinach or other things, you eat leaves and they contain more heavy metals than you. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Kaisab. I think Dr. Rashi's presentation given us an overview of water sources in GCC countries, wastewater collection, treatment, reuse, and its limited reuse in these GCC countries. He also elaborated the types of wastewater and its treatment, whether it's at the level of the primary, secondary, or the tertiary level. Further, the benefits of the using wastewater for the agricultures, which leads to the socio-economic and environmental perspective, particularly interesting study which was carried out in context with the heavy metals and microbial and assessment of the health risks in the humans. Plus, he also his presentation also reflected bioaccumulation factors from soil to edible vegetables and particularly its impact on the children. The challenges in terms of the quality groundwater and the policy complex were very well articulated. Plus, last but not least, the prospects of treated wastewater. Thank you, Dr. Qureshi. Our next resource person is Dr. Hifza Rashid. She is Director General, Pakistan Council of Research in Water Resources, dealing with the water quality perspective. She is going to speak about sustainable use of non-conventional water resources, integrating rainwater harvesting and desalination. Dr. Hifza Saiba, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum to all the esteemed participants and guests. I won't take much time because a lot of things have already been shared and presented, but just a refresher and energizer about the sustainable use of the non-conventional water resources. We all are aware, but just to refresh this knowledge that what are the non-conventional water resources. Generally, wastewater, rainwater, harvested rainwater, and atmospheric moisture, which includes the rainwater and snowfall. Similarly, the residual water from agriculture, just like agricultural drainage, and groundwater confined in the onshore deep geological formations. Similarly, municipal and industrial wastewater, ballast water, and then desalinated seawater. All of these are considered and listed as the non-conventional water sources. But for us, two non-conventional water sources are very important. One is municipal wastewater, stormwater, and then the desalinated wastewater and the brackish groundwater. which actually requires the desalination or the membrane treatment. So from the perspective of the membrane technologies and the membrane water treatment, we will consider two of these resources for the discussion. Applications for the non-conventional water resources includes, as Dr. Asad Sarwar has already presented and shared the scientific aspects and the research outcomes of the studies used for the wastewater, and I endorse his finding because in 2005 to 7, we had undertaken a study in Faisalabad, a city of Pakistan, an industrial city of Pakistan, and we have assessed a large number of wastewater samples, groundwater samples, and the wastewater being used for the horticulture and the agriculture production, specifically the vegetable production. And all of the testing has made us to realize that the wastewater the chemicals or the heavy metals uptake from the wastewater by the leafy vegetables and the spinach and the different types of the salads and other vegetables was quite alarming, specifically the uptake of the chromium, arsenic, and certain other metals. So we have to reconsider the scientific, environmental, health, and religious implications of the use of the untreated wastewater for the vegetable production. Though Pakistan's Environmental Protection Agency about in 2021 has restricted the use of untreated wastewater, but still farmer loves to use this wastewater, and we witnessed this in District Jhelum, where a very big number of the farmers prefer to use this untreated wastewater because the 3 times more yield and the production for the horticulture and the vegetable production. So these are just I'm just showing the different non-conventional water applications for which we should restrict the use of the potable or the fresh water. For example, the car wash, like similarly the land cleaning and the land flushing and the construction use. So all of these different applications can be, subjected or made dependent upon the non-conventional water sources after the proper treatment. These are just some of the statistics of the municipal wastewater production, which I believe that Tahir Saab has already presented. So I won't go into the detail of this. But we can see that it depends upon the population of the continent, like Asia, which is the higher wastewater producing continent. And obviously it is due to the population. And whatever water a person drinks, 60% of that is basically released or the excreted out as the wastewater. So obviously depending upon the population size, Asia is producing 40% of the global wastewater volume. And accordingly, the treatment needs are more higher in the Asian continent. If we talk about the desalination, this is a simple schematic diagram showing how the desalination removes the salt from the seawater if its TDS level is like 30,000 to 50,000 milligram per liter, or the brackish groundwater. Generally, it ranges from about 1,000 ppm and goes up to 10,000 in the as per the literature cited in the world. And these two types of the brackish water actually requires the different types of the treatment. For the groundwater, for the domestic application, reverse osmosis is a choice. And for the sea water, obviously the desalination is a choice. And we, as talked earlier, and I had already shared that some of the OIC countries are leading the desalination business in the world, like Saudi Arabia and UAE. And the last year's ranking of the top 10 desalination models, most of the countries were from the OIC, like Saudi Arabia and UAE and Turkey, but other countries included Israel and Brazil and Mexico and US. So these are just some of the highlights of the few mentionable desalination plants in Rasul Khair, Shoaiba, and similarly in Dubai and Umul Qawain. And their capacity is quite huge and meeting the local needs for the treated water for the different applications. These are just the tabulation of the sum of the desalination models in the as previously the pictures of which were shared. And I think Dr. Asad has already mentioned about the potential of use of the different types of the desalination technologies, and which like thermal technologies like MSF, it is more higher, I mean, it's expensive. So depends upon like what is the salt level in the water to be treated, and what is available energy, what is the affordability, and what are the local needs for the desalinated water. Accordingly, the choice of the technology can be made. I'll give here an example of the one of the big metropolitan city of Pakistan, named as Karachi. And Karachi is the capital of the Sindh province. And we have last year developed a plan, a way forward for the metropolitan city of the Karachi, which is highly populated, and its population is above 22 million. And its demand has been assessed to be 1,200 million gallons per day, whereas its current supply is 650 million gallons per day. There is a shortfall of 550 million gallons per day. There is a big water supply project named as the K4, which had been planned and initiated for the city of Karachi to meet this shortfall. But unfortunately, due to the lack of funding, it could not be well completed, or still it is in the in the planning phase. A few phases of the K4 are completed, but the fourth phase is still not worked out. And to meet this shortfall, we had advised that there can be alternate solutions like rainwater harvesting, storage of the flood water, and desalination. So what is the potential of the desalination? It is very, very important, but you can see here that in Pakistan, if we talk about about Karachi, there have been only 3 units in total for the desalination treatments, and the total capacity of the 3 desalination units were 5.04 million gallons per day. However, its operational, capacity had been declined due to many factors, and the main issue was with the power supply, improper operation and maintenance, and lack of funds, and then capacity challenges, because the pre-treatment is very, very important. However, you can see the pictures of these plants in Karachi and in Gwadar, which shows I would say हमारी नलायकी को show करें या हमारी incapability को show करें. So all of these plants also have issues, specifically in the areas where the water is brackish, that the salinity is so high that it also cause the rusting, and there is a great wear and tear of the desalination plants. So for metropolitan city of the Karachi, we had given this model to overcome the shortfall of the 550 million gallons per day. There can be a control of the illegal water thefts and the losses, which can recover 230 million gallons per day of the water. The wastewater being dumped into the Arabian Sea is 87% of the total wastewater produced in Karachi. And though there is a huge potential, because 510 million gallons per day in Karachi is produced as a wastewater, and most of it is going as untreated into the Arabian Sea. There are 6,000 units of industrial, different industries, specifically the textile industries in Karachi. But most of the industries are dumping waste into the Arabian Sea without any treatment. So there is no system for the treatment, proper treatment, and whatever the system exists, it is almost operational or not operational. And altogether, if 510 million gallons per day of the water is treated properly, and there is a system for the transport of this water to the industry, it can help to, compensate for the shortfall of the freshwater needs. Likewise, if we harvest rainwater and use reverse osmosis plants, then we can have a total potential of like 776 8 mgd, but the desalination plants can produce up to the initially 15 mgd. We need to start these plants on the pilot basis on the as a demonstration plant, and likewise parallel we need to invest on the capacity on energy like the solar energy and the other renewable sources, so we can first of all develop the such successful models which can be sustainable. In this process, I think we can take help from those OIC member states which have already established a very good model for the desalination purpose. One of the core reason, other than the energy and financial needs and the capacity, one of the core reason is that we are not having such manufacturing facilities which can produce membranes in bulk, and these can be available in the local market. Most of our membranes are coming from the US, Taiwan, China, Germany, and other countries. And if we see the Pakistan's, foreign exchange going on the purchase of or the import of the membranes, it was about 8 billion US dollars sometimes in 2021 as per FBR statistics. And so there is a huge market available. There is a huge potential because all of our drinking water and the other tertiary treatments are basically these need the membrane technologies and the pre-treatment membranes and RO membranes and desalination membranes. But why the membrane manufacturing potential could not be established and why we are lacking this facility? There are several reasons for that. For this, obviously, some of the reasons are the financial investments, technology transfer issues from the developed world or where the membrane manufacturing is well established, and then some issues with our research and development, and the lack of linkages between the R&D institutions like academia and water sector R&D organizations and industry. Our industry is not such capability to develop or to manufacture the membranes and to produce that for the in the bulk. So we discussed it earlier before planning this workshop that we need to have industry as well on board with us whenever we develop such projects or design such projects for the membrane manufacturing. So the good news is that some of the countries like Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Turkey, they have signed some agreements with the international agencies which are already well known for the manufacturing technologies and membrane manufacturing technologies. And here you can see the LG Chems. They have started a project with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for manufacturing of the RO membrane, and they have signed an agreement recently to localize the reverse osmosis membrane manufacturing facilities in Saudi Arabia. So this can be one of the good opportunities for us to engage with this Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. These are some of the reasons why the membrane manufacturing technologies are missing in OIC countries. It includes high capital needs and technological complexities. Specialized sciences and engineering, experts are required. And obviously then other than the HR requirement, there can be some industrial policy support, and we are more dependent on the imports. And like we feel in Pakistan that any product for which we are more dependent on the import, our local capacity becomes abolished or abandoned. And then industrial and academia linkages are quite weak. We need to develop some quality control and standard compliance for the membranes, and the certifications of the water treatment material. It is still to be established. Finally, we need to develop the technical capacity for all these processes. And there are 3 processes generally for the membrane manufacturing, but I hope that the other experts like Dr. Nasir from NUST, he can help us better to understand what are the different processes. But generally, there is a raw material, and then raw material should be free from all types of the impurities and chemical odors. And then after the processing of the raw material comes the wrapping and module formation, and then its quality control. And so with these challenges, I hope that we can think about initiating some membrane manufacturing research, development, and bulk production in future in the OIC member countries. Then if we talk about the other membrane processes, which includes some reverse osmosis membranes, again, I would not go into the detail of that, but I think still if we develop the prototypes, then there can be certain, a way forward to develop some pilot level membrane, small scale membrane manufacturing system. I would give here an example of a student of the UET Lahore, his name was Shayan Ali, and he developed some water filtration, household water filtration system, and later on they developed a company in Singapore, and their membrane manufacturing is being undertaken in Singapore, and then different types of the products are coming in the market from the exported from the Singapore and Pakistan. So such kind of the small scale initiatives can be undertaken as a R&D program, as many students are sitting here. That's why I shared the example of Shayan, and students can engage themselves in in developing small scale pilot, prototypes for giving some ideas and the concepts to the local industry for the bulk production. I would skip these slides because these are more related to the wastewater, and much have been talked about that. But as representative from the Turkey and the other OIC member countries are sitting here, so for the wastewater treatment and the reuse, we can engage with Turkey, Egypt, and the UAE as they have presented, as literature says that they have presented the better models and the sustainable models for the wastewater recycling. And reuse and recycling, before reuse and recycling, the reduction is also very important. Wastewater, reducing the wastewater, because the 5R principles are nowadays very much considered. And reducing the wastewater, how it is possible, this would be by the water conservation, using the high efficiency irrigation systems, and using less water in the houses, using less water in the industries, and cutting down the volume of water for the different types of applications would produce less wastewater. This will be the reduction. And so other are the reuse and recycle. I will then talk about the groundwater recharge quickly. Yesterday I presented this, but as many students are sitting here, Pakistan Council of Research in Water Resources is also developing the groundwater recharge mechanism and the approaches. And after the successful experiments, we have upscaled this approach, and have supported the Capital Development Authority of Islamabad to develop the recharge wells in Islamabad, which actually has rejuvenated the groundwater table up to a certain extent, but it could be like up to 1 to 2% of the area which we covered. There is a huge potential of the groundwater recharge in the hotspot areas, specifically the areas along the new Islamabad airport. There are about 54 or 55 housing societies where which are deficient of the groundwater, and the groundwater table is quite depleted. Then again, we have presented a model for the buildings as a water smart building under the water scarce condition or the drought condition. Every building should whatever inflows the buildings receive, they should try to capture or recycle all the inflows within their own infrastructure. So once every drop of the water becomes the part of the infrastructure, we have restated this condition as the zero liquid discharge. Though this terminology was better applicable to the industries, but then we have redefined this for the buildings like the commercial buildings, academia, hospitals, hotels, restaurants, and offices. And no water should go out for this. We are harnessing the rainwater. We are recharging that rainwater for the groundwater recharge. And then whatever wastewater we are producing through the primary and secondary treatment, we are recycling that water for our lawn irrigation, for the green grass irrigation, and for the there are certain trees for the irrigation of that, and also for the car wash. And again, I know that we need work more on the tertiary treatment, which is also now being planned, and we are also using the bioconsortia in these wetlands, which actually is decreasing the sludge formation. Thank you very much, because the time is short, and so I hope this would give a simple concept of how the non-conventional water sources can be used.
Thank you, Dr. Hifza. Dr. Hifza, she talked about the non-conventional types of water in a further application of the non-conventional water reuse, various models of desalination. Example of a Karachi, how to fill up its demand by using the wastewater. Plus, she has given a very successful model of PCRWR, which is based on the zero liquid discharge. Our next presentation is Dr. Nasir Ahmed. He's Professor, Department of Material Engineering, School of Chemical and Materials Engineering, National University of Science and Technology, Islamabad. Dr. Nasir Saab, please.
Thank you very much. And Assalamu alaikum everyone here. Before my presentation, Dr. Hamza has really presented very well about the importance of the most critical component of water treatment as well as wastewater treatment, which is the membrane. And which really indicated that why it is so important, especially for OIC countries, to have this technology. In our group, we do a lot of work with the membranes, and we have developed a lot of these membranes, and some of these I have bring with me, and I will show it during my presentation. Just want to mention, because I'm from the province Punjab. Punjab means land of 5 rivers. So when I was very young, we have seen these rivers with a lot of water, which is very clean. And we used to do a lot of fishing in these rivers, as well as canal, because I'm from the north. We have the canal, and we used to do a lot of fishing, but not anymore because of the increase in population and industrialization. So there are huge issues as far as the water is concerned. There are a lot of casualties are happening everywhere in Pakistan, as well as in the big cities. So without going much into that issue, as these were already highlighted. So this is just a very simple fact about water. We have almost 326 million trillion gallons of water on our Earth, but only about 1 point something available for our use. And from that only about maybe 10% is available as a fresh water, which is the surface water. So we have that amount of water which is available, and we can see that population has increased a lot. So it's with the same water, but the population increment and the industrialization, so there's a huge issues. So only we are being left with the wastewater, which is increasing day by day. So there is a huge demand for the treatment of the wastewater, and as we can see, presently it's a market of around $100 billion US dollar, and in about another maybe few years, this will raise to almost $200 billion. So with this, there's a huge demand by which one can treat the wastewater. So due to this, the United Nations already has declared this is one of the sustainable development goals for the wastewater treatment. So this also indicates that why it is so critical, and we can also see that several billion people are without access to safe drinking water. So because it's already been highlighted, the
that what are the different issues with the water and the scarcity of water. So I'm not going to talk much about it. So what are the different, driving forces which require innovation for wastewater treatment? So these are some of the areas which, like mining is there, then the power industry is there, then bioseparation and medical is there. Ultra pure water is also one of the major requirement in different areas. So if we move towards membrane technologies, so there are different kind of membranes which are being employed for different purposes. Although it has been highlighted many times that we need our membrane, but I would like to emphasize here that it is not necessary that we need our membrane all the times. The most important part is that how we can treat our pre-treatment processes. Because membrane is the last stage of the purification process. So we need to protect our membrane, because if we don't do that, then the membrane will become dysfunctional because they become fouled very easily. So if we know the water, and like in the USA, we have a different kind of wastewater, and here, like in Pakistan, we have different kind of wastewater. So the localities and this micro, region understanding is very, very critical, because the same technology which may be working in another country maybe is not going to work for that specific local region. So this is very important that we need to know that what kind of solution we are proposing for that specific problem. So these are some of the membranes which are being, used for different purposes. Our membrane is there, then a filtration membrane is there, and then ultrafiltration membrane is there. So in many cases, actually, what my experience that is that in many cases we can also get very high quality of water by applying pre-treatment and then using some very good ultrafiltration membrane system, because which is less energy intensive and it is also less costly. So these are some of the areas in which my group is working. For the past several years, we develop our own materials, especially we develop our functional polymers, and then we use these functional polymers to make our membranes. And I will show some of these membranes, in the coming two slides. We also incorporate different materials in these membranes, because these are very functional materials. They are highly, performanceable materials. So these are some of the work which we do in our lab. So these are the areas which we covered. We do a lot of work with the mining industry, because mining industry use a lot of water. We work here in Pakistan as well as in North America with industries. And some of the example I have quoted here, in which mining industries do consult us to, treat their mining processes. Similarly, organic wastewater treatment, like in textile wastewater treatment, we also provide solution to them. And then another area which is becoming very important is the inclusion of the micro and nanoplastic particles. Then we also work with the power sectors, and we already have provided a solution to the power industry here. And I would like to mention that some of these, technologies have already been implemented, and the financial gain from these technologies is almost more than 10 million just in financial terms. I'm not talking about the socio-economic benefit from these, technologies which have been adopted through our work. So one of the major issues when we consider membrane, what kind of membrane, whatever it is there, is the fouling. Because membrane, they have the pores, and these pores become clogged. Because we know we are dealing with the water which has contaminant, which may be some inorganic contaminants, some heavy metals are there, as well as some pollutant are there. So we work with the membranes which suppress the fouling, or which has a better performance to overcome these fouling issues. So what we do, we have different approaches depending on what kind of water being treated. Like stereopulsion, for example, if in the water there are particles or bacteria which have, for example, negative charges. So we put the negative charges in our membrane. So negative charges repel each other. So this way we enhance the efficiency of the membrane. I'm just talking about the mechanistic, consideration for the design and, performance of these membranes. So then sometime we make membrane which have low surface energy. Low surface energy means that these membrane will have low absorption of the contaminant. It is just like we make the membrane which have a very slippery surface. So these contaminants won't attach to the surface of the membrane, so they will have a better performance. Similarly, sometimes we incorporate functionalities into the membrane, which, for example, kill the bacteria like E. coli, etc., and some of the other bacteria, because these have some specific functionalities. So this way, because of these organic contaminants, they have the tendency to adhere to the surface of the membrane, but because these are being destroyed by these functionalities, so they still possess or retain the porosity, and they perform, much longer and with high durability. These are some of the mechanisms which we apply in our membranes because we incorporate functionalities in our materials, and then we make our membranes. So these are some of the techniques. Sometimes we coat our membrane, like some of the commercial membranes, we want to enhance the performance, so we provide coating up with our materials. We can, fashion and, tailor these membranes according to our requirement. For example, for textile industry or for mining or maybe for power industry to enhance the performance. Similarly, we do a lot of blending of the materials in our membrane. And we also do a lot of grafting. For example, we incorporate functionalities on the surface of these membranes. Dr. Hifza, I have already mentioned that in Pakistan, we import several $1 billion of different kind of filters and membranes every year. As far as technologies and expertise, I think OIC countries and Pakistan is not far away to, develop their own technologies. There is a need to integrate different expertise which can be applied to, bring these technology together to develop the viable membrane, and then these membrane can perform in different application, and including the industries and industrial wastewater treatment, as well as for the desalination. This is my lab, and we have different facilities there. We make the membranes, we make a lot of blending, we do a lot of synthesis of the materials, and in my lab, almost everybody is welcome to work without any restriction, as long as the safety is safety is there. So there is no issue at all, and student can come from anywhere. Student come from NUST as well as outside from NUST. So there's no restriction at all, because these facilities are developed with the public money, and I believe public should have the full access to these facilities, as long as the safety is not jeopardized. These are some of the facilities which we have in our lab. We have membrane fabrication facilities, as well as we also do a lot of testing with of the membranes. For example, if you see this one, we have this spider facility, which can test 20 membrane at one time. So this is the only facility I think available in Pakistan. So this really indicates that we can put a lot of membrane at one time, and then we can see how the developed membrane, even if it's a commercial membrane, performing for different wastewater treatment. So these are some of the other facilities. These are some of the work which we have published. A lot of functionalities. We control the porosity. We control the surface wettability, which is very important, because if the membrane is more wettable, more flux, so less energy and also less falling. Because the time is short, but I'm just showing some of these work which we have carried out recently. A lot of students, they have done exceptional work. These are some of the other work that we have done. We also work with a lot of carbon materials. We incorporate these materials in our membranes. And I think because of short of the time, I would just conclude. I would just want to show some of the membranes which we have developed, and anybody can see it, like these. Some of the membranes which we apply for energy purposes. Then this is one of the membranes in which we have some functional material like graphene oxide. Then this is another membrane. We have some plastic activity carbon materials. This depend on, as I mentioned, which application we need. Like this one, we work with the, as you can see, with the activated carbon black. The carbon black is quite cheaper material, and it has a lot of absorption capacity. So we make these membranes depending on what application we want to target. So with this, I would like to conclude, and I hope my talk and presentation are able to, add some insight that how we can, work together, because we need a pragmatic hand, responsive ear to, listen with each other and collaborate. And then we also have a visionary eye to see what future holds for us. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Nasir Saab, for giving a detail about the membrane, the driving force for the innovation, membrane technology types, and its protection material in the membranes. He has already showed the various membranes. Our last of this scientific session, the last resource person is Dr. Tahir Rafiq, who is Principal Scientific Officer, Applied Chemistry Research Center, Pakistan Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, PCSSIR. He is going to speak about desalination in Pakistan, challenges and opportunities. And after his presentation, we will be undertaking the question and answer sessions from all the resource persons. Thank you.
نحمده ونصلي على رسوله الكريم أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. I am thankful to the organizers inviting me for the presentation in this forum. I am representing PCSIR here. PCSIR has done a lot of work on desalination technologies and water quality and mapping in remote areas of Pakistan. I will show that from our experience working with the water quality and treatment and the desalination technologies installed in our remote areas, especially in third desert and coastal cities of Balochistan. I have personally involved in these projects, but it is a little introduction. What is the problem? Pakistan is facing a very acute problem of water quality. Declining Pakistan availability of water is declining in Pakistan day by day, especially in our areas, coastal areas, especially in Karachi. We are facing this problem. Over there, people receive water, tap water only 12 days in a year, only for 1 day in a month. How can you accept the water quality situation in the Karachi? As Madam has depicted the situation, the half of the water is providing to the tap water and rest of the is missing because of the lack of infrastructure and the political will of the government. This is a map showing the water availability per capita. You can show the Pakistan is with red color. Now the per capita availability is declining to the 500 cubic meters per person, which is very alarming. Desalination is a process of removing salt and minerals from the feed water, especially groundwater and seawater. There are currently about 21,000 desalination plants. I'm quoting these big desalination plants. And most of the these desalination are installed in coastal regions of the world, and especially in the GCC countries. 60% of the desalination plants are installed in GCC countries. You can imagine how is the potential of working on desalination. The best desalination technology recently, these are the multi-flash and the membrane reverse osmosis desalination technology. The technical options which we have in desalination are all desalination because it is available readily to install anywhere where where the seawater or the brackish water is available, and we can put this technology to get fresh water for the utilization, various utilization. Why we adopt this technology reverse osmosis? Because where there's a lack of water resources, we can install this over there. Where the water quality is deteriorating, it is available on reduced cost water, and you can ensure the steady supply of fresh water to the population by using this option. I will show you the desalination scenario in the third desert because I have done a lot of working over there. Because there is a hype in Pakistan, people are not receiving water over there up to the WHO standard. PCSIR felt this emergency, and we went to the third desert. And third desert is not a small region. It is as big as half of the Holland. I am mentioning the only Tharparkar desert. We have carried out a massive project over there in order to investigate the water quality situation. We have carried out sampling from the 1,000 sampling villages. This is, I am showing you the third desert area, which is situated in the extreme southeast corner of Sin. Population is roughly over 2 million, which is densely populated desert in the world. Water quality situation is over there. So fresh water is not available in most places. Brackish water is available here, but microbiologically this water is deteriorated because the livelihood over there is the grazing and the animal feeding, animal farming, and the people and the animals are drink at the same places. That's why the microbiologically water is deteriorated. Trace elements are high, especially fluoride and nitrate. Those are not trace elements, but these are in excess concentration. Hydrologically, groundwater is available. Rainwater is not frequently, it is erratic. And the canal water supply, some limited places is available. We have carried out a massive working over there and collected the 1,000 samples from 1,000 villages, representing from 3 to 5 kilometer inter distance between the two sampling sites. Time is limited, that's why I'm skipping. We have carried out more than 50 parameters on each sampling in order to get the clear pictures of water quality deterioration over there. You can see here, I will show you some TDS levels or average TDS we have found over there, 4,345 milligrams per liter. Fluoride is high, 3.47 milligrams per liter. And rest of the things you can imagine. These are the trace metal concentrations on ICP-MS. I will show you some contaminant concentration. Here we have done the mapping of these contaminants. Green areas are the safe. 1.5 milligram per liter is the safe limit of WHO for the fluoride concentration. That's of the various risk level depicted by the yellow, blue, and red color. This is a map if we have directed to the surface technology. You can see the north and northeast region is highly contaminated with the fluoride concentration, and the region with the southern part is more safe than the northern part. This is a 3D mapping. WHO have given the 1.5 milligram per liter as a safe limit. There are two diseases are characteristics of the high fluoride concentration was the dental fluorosis. Young people are more prone to this problem at the age of 12 years when the tooth are developing. The young children are get affected with this disease. There is no remedy yet persisted, and people, those who have been affected, they will remain psychologically hindered because of the shyness when they talk to the other people. See here this plight. These are the real-time picture of the children, those are consuming this type of water. And the second condition which is manifested with the high concentration is the skeletal fluorosis. People feel difficulty in walking. And in the later stages, they are bedridden on the bed because of the high concentration. Because fluoride is replaced with the hydroxyl line on the ammonia structure, that's why they feel stiffness in their bone joint. And people are also, those who are affected, they are bedridden, not the aging. The premature aging is another effect of this problem. People, he has the age of 35 to 40 years, but looks like 70 years. These are the pictures, and this is nitrate concentration. Children are affected with these contaminants. Mostly you see and read newspaper about the children death in the desert because the nitrate concentration is more high. Nitrate reacts with the hemoglobin and it the oxygen carrying capacity of the hemoglobin, and people, young people are died due to this suffocation disease. This is a 3D map. Arsenic contamination is also prevailing there. And strontium, people are mostly over their kidney problem because of the hard waters they are consuming. This is a TDS map. We have generated this and we highlighted these all findings to the government. We organized seminars, workshops, and we produce our data to the various newspapers in order to get the government will to get rid of these problems. We organized seminars with the government, and the second term of the People Party government in the thing, we approached with them, and they installed number of RO plants over there because we recommend them to the two solutions in order to provide people safe drinking water. One is the short-term solution to install reverse osmosis desalination treatment plants on community level, and another is to construct a canal from the Rodi area to the extending to the Pakistan. There is similarly in India done. India constructed Indira Gandhi canal right from the Himachal Pradesh down to the Gujarat. It not only produce drinking water for the people over there, but it also the main source of livelihood for the people of Rajasthan. But unfortunately, we have not yet constructed the canal to the river, but number of desalination plants government installed based on our study. About 850 desalination plants were installed in the third desert area, roughly for the capacity of 15,000 gallons to 20,000 gallons. But out of these, I'm very much sad. Number of these plants are not working now because of the many problems. I will show you the challenges in my last slide. Because time is very short, that's why. One of the biggest RO plant government installed in the Mithi, which is supposed to be the largest solar power desalination plant, as said to be the biggest desalination plant in the Asia, but unfortunately it is also not working for the last many years. It was constructed with the funding of over 1 billion rupees. In Islamkot area, another plant of 1.5 million gallon was installed, but it is also not working. These are the pictures of desalination plant and the coastal cities of Balochistan. The case is worst scenario over there. These are the map of the coastal cities of Pakistan, right from the Karachi to Gadani, Ormara, Pasni, Gawadar, and Jivini. Number of desalination plant installed, but all are not. Government, and consequently, the case went to the NAB. NAB asked the Ministry of Science and Technology for help, and government nominated me for the investigation of these RO plants. I personally went to the each and all desalination plant. First plant, Gawadar, 2 million gallon desalination plant was installed in 2007. Unfortunately, it is not working yet. Over the 1 million funding was spent because of the many faults in the desalination plant, mainly the intake system from the seawater. It is not functioning. I personally involved in this project, and I started some membranes over there to get fresh water. But because of the mismanagement of the government, it is not functional. Last time, the Director General NAB Balochistan approached to me, and we devised some plan to install, to functionalize these RO plants. And meeting was done with the Director General Development Authority, Balochistan Development Authority. But as in our case, the Director General NAB Balochistan was transferred to the Islamabad. That's why we could not carry out this plan. However, I have made the evaluation report. What is the problem in these plants and how can we manage? This is a plant installed at the first Gadani. You can see the intake tank is damaged, plant is not working. There are many reasons. I will, if you want to know about these things, I will personally communicate these things. This is a plant installed in the Pasni, which is also not working. And the plant installed in the Jivini is not open from the container. It is all dumped in the container, not installed. This is the condition. One plant installed at the GPA waterport is not functional. One plant is at the Gawadar industrial estate is not open yet. For many years it is stuck in the container. Yet government has announced to install another 5 million gallon plant. These plants are not working over there. Last, I have a meeting with the Director General Gawadar Development Authority to functionalize these RO plants. Unfortunately, he was also transferred. And last month, the same things went wrong. Now, what are the challenges? Desalination and working in governmental sector. In Karachi, there are thousands of RO plants are working in the private sector. I have also installed many plants. All are working at the private sector, but at the government sector, what are the lacking? I have carried out some working. Main problem is the high cost. Government have installed these plants, and whenever the maintenance is required, government would not provide the funding. That's why it is not a technology you can put to the key. Everywhere, when you stuck down the RO plant, you have to care about the membrane. If membranes are not cared, then the membrane will be spoiled and will be not in position to work at the optimized level. Another is the problem of the inadequate treatment technology. Water quality issues are there. Government is not installing RO plant at the right size. That's why these problems are emerging. Financial constraints are also there. Lack of technical expertise, environmental factors, political administrations, and like community engagement is not involved over there. That's why people are not involved to these projects. That's why they don't care about these projects. Opportunities, a lot of opportunities are available if you want to work on the desalination. You will be the millionaire in Pakistan because Pakistan is one of the water scarce country where there is a problem, there is a opportunity. I have also benefited from this technology. I've earned many millions of rupees by working on the desalination in the Karachi because we have very big coastline region. You can put the seawater to the desalination treatment technology, solar energy, Pakistan, 8 to 9 hours sun exposure we have. We can put this technology on the solar and get water as cheaper as you can expect. Because if we run this technology on the grid supply, then the energy cost will be very high. Currently, if you run RO plant on the grid, roughly the energy cost and the 1 cubic meter water cost is roughly rupees 300 and 350. If we run it on the solar system, it will be less than rupees 50. Maybe because time is short.
Thank you, Dr. Tahir Rafiq Sahab, for giving an overview about the opportunities and challenges with respect to desalination in Pakistan. He also discussed the case of third desert as well. Thank you. And now I humbly request all of my distinguished panelists and experts, resource persons to come and join on the stage so we can take a couple of questions. So I request Dr. Alia, Dr. Qureshi Sahab, Dr. Hifza Rashid Saiba, Dr. Nasir Saab and Dr. Tahir Rafiq Saab. So please join. Please, I request the audience who are going to table the questions, be specific in your question and preferably just indicate from which resource person you would like the answer. So the house is open for the questions. Briefly just introduced. Ji, please go ahead.
Assalamualaikum. I'm Adan, student of International Relations and a climate activist. I have a question from Ms. Alia. As we have talked about the specific, how can students and youth of Pakistan can contribute themselves and be a beneficial part of specific to have a good climate activity or some resource for water management?
Thank you very much for the question. Your question is how Pakistan can benefit?
How the students of Pakistan and young youth can utilize for the water management?
Yes, for young generation you are asking, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much for the question. As I mentioned, we have 23 capacity building programs. So it is for the benefit of national institution of OIC member countries. We organize activities, projects for the benefit of national institutions, such as Ministry of Agriculture or Water, or other public institution in the area of water, other than central banking. For the young generation, we have an internship program. Maybe if you visit our website, we have HISCAP. It is in short name is HISCAP. It is like internship program. It is open for the young generation who are studying in Turkey. They are applying for internship program. It starts from 1 month to 3 months. They can come to CISRIC and do their internship and get international experience from this.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Next question. जी डॉक्टर साहब प्लीज आप वैसे ही बात कर लें. अच्छा.
Doctor, I think, very relevant and relevant information, how the tertiary treated water can be used for food growth and its security. So my question is, you mentioned that the UP जो product है, उसके लिए tertiary water is may not be safe. क्या ये जो tertiary treatment जिसका आप जिक्र करें, is it membrane-based tertiary treatment or some other RO? RO. Okay. So my question is, the crux of your talk is कि क्या जो RO treated water है वो leafy vegetables के लिए फिर इस्तेमाल नहीं करना चाहिए, only for the non-leafy vegetables?
So the study that we have done that shows probability of heavy metal accumulation in leafy vegetables will be higher than others. I'm not saying that you should not use it, but you can use it with some care more. You know, for the leafy vegetables, this is a very simple phenomenon because water goes from roots and transpired from the seed. And when the water is transpired, some of the part of metal can be decayed. Now there are techniques that you can, even if you grow it, you can clean it. For example, I explained yesterday that if you store them for 72 hours in a cold storage, then most of these start to be crystallized from the food. And then after that, before you use it, during the cooking, if you wash them 2-3 times, you will minimize the risk, even if you do it.
Thank you. Ji. Yes, please go ahead. आप फिर आप.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Hani Bajaj from Yemen. I'm an expert in the technology in the rain and maintenance of our outline. I have to question one to Dr. Nasser and Dr. Pahar. To my Dr. Nasser, you show us some project in your lab. And this modify and optimize our own imbalance. Can you talk about this? Okay. And to Dr. Pahar, you show us from our planet. Our planet, there are stop. Unfortunately, they are stop. Why? And they're working for a small period, then stop, or what happened? And you will still have the full story about this issue.
Thank you, Dr. Nasser.
Thank you very much. Your question that you need to know that what kind of project we're doing in our lab. So as I mentioned in my presentation that depending on what kind of, like industry or problem is coming, because every water treatment is different, texture is different, chemical industry is different, medical is different, power industry is different. So we actually tailor our membrane according to that process. And this is mostly depending on the functionality. Like, for example, if there's a lot of bacteria in the water, so what we do, we put those functional groups which may be going to repel the bacteria. For example, if there's a negatively charged E. coli, we put negatively charged surfaces on our membrane. So if there is anything coming from the water, this will be repelled by the membrane, so they will be not attached on the membrane. It has a lot of advantages. Sometimes what we do, we want to accumulate the bacteria because we want to study, especially from the medical purpose point of view. So sometimes we make the membrane which attract the bacteria, and sometimes we repel the bacteria, and sometimes we put those functional groups which is going to attack on the cell wall of the bacteria to kill it. So this really depends on what we want. So we work with a lot of different functionalities. We work with a lot of carbon materials because they are abundantly available. So this really depends on these factors. One of the big factors in our membranes, which we developed that to control the surface wettability, because if the membrane becomes easily wettable, so there will be more water flow through these membranes. Because polymer basically they are hydrophobic; they don't like water. So it means you have to put more energy. You need to use high pump energy. So we can make these membrane to water loving, so we need less energy for these membranes.
Thank you.
So these are some of the.
Thank you. Dr. Tahir, second part of, I think during the lunch you can discuss with him in details. Yes,
I
please.
think your question was why these plants are not working. The main reason of in Balochistan area especially is a design problem, especially in the intake design system of taking water from the sea. They have not worked well on this issue. That's why the water is not they not fetch water as the required quantity of the RO plant. And second reason is the maintenance issue. Government is not providing the amount which is required to maintain these plants on time. That's why these problems are persisting in the Balochistan region. These plants are not working well. In the third desert, in scenario of our desert areas, plants are working, but the government is not providing the funding to sustain these RO plants. They are not replacing membrane timely. They are not providing the technical support. And these are the problems. That's why the government, these RO plants are not.
Thank you. Thank you. Ji, question quickly.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Rabia. I'm from Wastewater, Pakistan. I have a question from Dr. Hissa. Dr. Hissa, you were talking about the decentralized wastewater treatment at household level. I'm working on grey-water treatment, and my question is, no matter how much we treat the water, the mention in the document is that you can reuse the water for secondary purposes, like car washing, maybe for floor washing, or maybe for irrigation purposes. My question is, no matter how much we treat the water and we do the tertiary treatment from membrane filtration,
Thank you.
can we use the water for hand washing or something like that?
Thank you very much for your very useful question. I think not for the hand washing, but if after the tertiary treatment, if we are disinfecting that water, I think it will be a better choice to use for the hand washing in those areas where there is completely, the fresh water availability is limited.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ji.
Ji, this would be the last question.
Thank you, Ji. My name is Gulfam Dogar from Lok Science Foundation. I have seen all the presenters have presented very scientific knowledge. Can you give me the little example to promote the local knowledge at household level? Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to answer?
Local knowledge for at the household level. At the household level, if we talk about the water conservation or the use of the non-conventional water sources, then the rainwater harvesting, the rooftop rainwater harvesting is the approach, which is basically a mix of the local knowledge and some scientific, process. PCRWR has developed this method and have also introduced a filtration system with the integrated with the rooftop rainwater harvesting system, and in collaboration with the UN Habitat, we have designed the different types of the rooftop rainwater harvesting systems, and it has been promoted in the 5,000 households in the Nowshera district, which is a flood-prone area. So this was for the water conservation, but for the groundwater recharge, the materials which are used for recharging the groundwater before the filtration, that should be recharged into the aquifer after the proper filtration system. All the local materials are used for the, setting the different layers of the filtration, which includes the gravel and the silica sand and different types of the quartz. And the purpose is to, and also the activated carbon, so that the organic pollutants can also be limited and screened out. For the wastewater, the local knowledge is just that at the household level, the septic tanks are designed in such a way that it can do the basic, the sedimentary sedimentation and the primary treatment. And when it goes out into the sewage system, it should have at least preliminary treatment done at the household level. But that requires a designing of the septic tanks, which is very simple. And we have suggested this system to CDA Capital Development Authority, and they have made certain changes in their building code. Still, that is required, but the new houses and the new construction should stick to this, I think, simple and the very local type of the construction modification which they can do. Further, I think you can, during the lunchtime, can
Thank you.
discuss
Thank
with
you.
Dr. Sher Jamal.
Thank you. The rest of the questions can be discussed with these resource persons during the lunch. I am thankful to my distinguished panelists, resource persons, learned, the scholars who have given a very comprehensive presentations in their respective areas. It's very hard, I understand, to concise that knowledge in a very short, within 15 minutes. So thank you very much, Dr. Alia, Dr. Nasir, Dr. Prashitab, Dr. Tahir, Dr. Hifza Rashid Saiba. And there is a break for lunch as well as prayers. We will be reassembling for the scientific session 2 exactly at 2:30 p.m. Jazakallah khair. Thank you. In the same hall. Dr. Sher Jamal साहब तशरीफ रखते हैं? शेर जमाल, अच्छा हाँ हाँ अच्छा अच्छा जनाब ये the first speaker of this session 2 is Dr. Sher Jamal Khan Sahab, Professor, Institute of Environmental Sciences and Engineering, National University of Science and Technology, NUST. He will be speaking about innovation pathways, enhancing circularity through advanced water recycling technologies, focusing the textile sector or the industry. Ji, Dr.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon, good evening. Second session of this workshop, and it's a pleasure that I've been invited to this prestigious gathering where technologists, policymakers, scientists from the area of membrane technology are together. So again, thank you for Mr. Chair for introducing me. The title of my talk is Innovative Pathways Enhancing Circularity to Advance Water Recycling Technologies for the Textile Industry. Before moving ahead, let's have a quick recap that I was very impressed with the talks in the morning session by Dr. Nasir, Dr. Hifsa, Dr. Asad, who brought together, I think, most of the concepts of membrane technology, why we need to desalinate and recycle. But one fact I think I have to reiterate is that recycling of wastewater is much cheaper than desalination. And I think that was also the main crux of the talk from Dr. Asad from UAE, that recycled water is cheaper and it is suitable for plant growth and sustainability. Just to be very careful that when we are consuming food products from recycled water, one has to be a bit careful. And I also support the point that tertiary treatment is the way forward. Because when you are treating wastewater to the secondary level, another 25% of capital expenditure will take it to the tertiary level, and that can solve a lot of our disparity between the water supply and demand. So moving ahead, the implications of untreated wastewater in Pakistan are evident by health implications. Majority of our health issues are from waterborne disease. I think it has also been, it's proven that the children stunting, the very unusual deaths at a later stage, and cancer spreading at a very fast rate. A lot of these diseases are associated with unsafe drinking water consumption. Food implications have already been discussed, how unhealthy it is if we consume food products that are grown with untreated wastewater. Economic implications, there's been a World Bank report in 2019 that almost 344 billion Pak rupees is the cost that we are paying for the poor water sanitation situation in the country. And the social implications is also a fact that there are serious livelihood issues, particularly for women, and that is deteriorating the quality of life. So according to the PCRWR, Pakistan generates almost 4.4 billion cubic meters of wastewater annually. And if you look at the impurities, that is around 1%. So if we have 1% of impurities, if we treat that water, we can make it suitable for reuse. And where we can reuse it, we can use it for laundry, for agriculture, toilet flushing, landscaping, and as processed water in industrial applications. There was a question of a student that do we need to recycle water to make it potable? Absolutely not. If we only meet the demand for non-potable applications, that is more than enough that we can make it into a very suitable reuse purpose. So as we know, the water demand is around 150 liters per capita per day. But how much of that we drink it? Not more than 2 to 3 liters. So if we can make it, if the rest of the demand can be met, only the potable demand should only be met with safe surface waters or groundwater sources. So now coming to the recycling initiatives in Pakistan, membrane technology is a technology of choice today when we want to recycle water or for desalination. These technologies have already been proven in the field of ultrafiltration, nanofiltration, and reverse osmosis for domestic and industrial wastewater treatment. Industrial applications of wastewater in recycling of textile and food processing are some of these industries that are of particular importance to promote sustainable practice. Benefits include reducing water pollution, conserving resources, and enhancing the water quality. Public awareness programs to educate communities on the importance of wastewater recycling for environmental health is very important. So again, it comes towards the political initiatives or the public perception, because if the public is not in demand of safe water, you will not have the political will that will go behind it to make it a priority or a choice that they need to invest in the water sector. So the economic viability of wastewater recycling includes the long-term benefits of the investment in the recycling infrastructure. I always, being a civil engineer by profession, I am of the view that once we wanted to have water reservoirs, we took a long time before we could realize that these water resources and these dams were important. By the time now where we are making them, they are too much expensive. Similarly, the investment in wastewater treatment needs to be addressed now, which may be affordable, but if we sleep on it, we delay it, the cost will increase every year. So the investment in this sector needs to be made as soon as possible. A high return on investment is projected through water saving, reduced pollution, economic growth. So I've done some of this math that the return on investment is still very viable if we invest on these water recycling technologies now. Contribution to the GDP through sustainable water management practices can drive the economic growth and resilience. Our food security is at risk at the moment when we say that the per capita water availability has dropped from the water stress condition of 1,000 cubic meter per capita per year. Now we are almost on the verge that it will drop below 500 cubic meter per capita per year. We are in an extremely water stress condition. So it means that it's no more a luxury to invest in this sector. It's an emergency. It should be declared as we are looking at the scenario around us. So coming to the textile sector, which is the main topic for my today's discussion, it's the backbone of Pakistan's economy. It is the eighth largest, Pakistan is the eighth largest exporter in Asia. It contributes 8.5% to the total GDP and 61% to the country's exports. While all of these numbers make a very significant contribution to our exports, but there is a downside of it, that almost 200 liters of water is consumed to make 1 kg of the finished fabric. And this finished fabric, when uses that kind of water, this water is highly polluted, which needs to be treated before disposal into our water body. So looking at the textile production processes and pollutants, I will not get into the details, but each one of these processes contribute significantly to the pollution of water. And that requires water to be treated to the secondary and tertiary level before the water is discharged or it is recycled. So again, the investment in this sector is of utmost importance, that not only to treat it, but now recycle, because textile sector, especially in Karachi, is suffering from one major drawback, that the energy is no more a bottleneck. It is the water availability that is decreasing the production capacity of these industries. So it is now high time that instead of buying tanker water, the water is recycled and brought back to the processes that uses a lot of water in this industry. So one thing is for a fact, that only conventional treatments don't make water suitable for recycling. We have to move on to tertiary treatment. And the tertiary treatment generally employs the membrane technology. That's why we are all here, because membrane technology is the way forward for recycling of wastewater and as well as the desalination process. So just to give you a highlight of the treatment technologies that are available for textile sector, they include biological treatment, membrane technology, adsorption, chemical precipitation. All of them are proven technology. So none of them are an infancy stage. They are all proven. They have been demonstrated at full scale capacity. The only choice that we have to make is to adapt. The only choice we have to make is to bring these technologies to apply them at pilot level, demonstration level, to learn and then move on, so that our dependency on international consultants or contractors is minimum. So just to now, coming to second part of my presentation is about the Karachi textile industry. This study was conducted a few months back by my team. It was funded by WWF. And the main idea is that industries in Karachi today, they don't only want to treat their wastewater, but to recycle. Again, emphasizing that buying tanker water is not sustainable, and it's also costly. So that was our main objective. In this case, we did a detailed investigation of 8 industries, from data analysis, physical assessment, surveys. Then we proposed the suitable technologies, and then coming to the specific technology that we selected. And then we also did the cost analysis, and then return on investment was the last part of this study. So all these 8 industries, their names have been not projected here for, as a non-disclosure agreement, but the technologies that all these 8 industries had were secondary treatment. Those treatments included chemical, biological, extended aeration, utilizing dissolved air flotation, but none of them had a recycle plant except Industry 5, which had an RO plant for water. The design capacities have been listed there, but one major, thing that comes out of this slide is that their current capacities are very low as compared to the design capacity. So this is one other important aspect that is overlooked in designing wastewater treatment. It is that treatment plant should be designed stage-wise. Once you know that this is your current capacity, you should have a stage-wise expansion of treatment plant. So if, let's say, if you have a 2,400 capacity plant, the first train of 1,200 cubic meter per day should be initiated first. And then when that capacity is met, only then the second train of 1,200 should be, started. If you start the total capacity at once, the plant fails, because biological treatment plants are supposed to be designed in that. So coming to the water consumption and the cost, you can see how the cost of per cubic meter varies among these 8 industries. And then when we looked at the water quality, what we found out is that for industry 5, that was the only industry 4, sorry, that was the industry that was exceeding the Sindh environmental quality standards, and the rest were meeting the standards. So it means that the secondary treatment was not the issue. It was only and only the fact that none of these industries had a recycling plant, and by installing the recycle plant, they can make it suitable and viable. So considering the time constraint, I will only go to the last step of my presentation, that overall we found that a combination of ultrafiltration and reverse osmosis can handle these loads, which will make the water suitable for reuse within these industries, and also the return on investment will be viable. So, and these are cost process flow diagrams. So coming to the conclusion of my talk is that ETP is based upon a combination of ultrafiltration and RO can make all these biologically treated water suitable for reuse in these industries. The return on investment was also viable at this stage, that instead of buying tanker water, they can use this recycled water in the process without any hesitation, and that will meet their demand. And last but not the least, the return on investment for the long-term operation of these treatment plants is also viable. So this was a very scientific study. It proved our point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jamal Sahab, for giving a very interesting presentation on innovative path-based circularity of advanced recycled technologies, particularly focusing the textile sector. He has given an outlook of the production process and the treatment options, as well as the design, and his conclusion is combination of UF and reverse osmosis for water suitability for its reuse in the industry is a viable option. Thank you. Now, next speaker is Dr. Arshad Mahmood Malik Saab, who is Associate Professor and the Chairman, Department of Economics, Agriculture, Arid Agriculture University, Rawalpindi. He is going to share his thoughts regarding policy regulations and investment in wastewater treatment. Dr. Saab. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to audience listening me after lunch. It is very difficult. So be conscious, we are be quick, but my topic is basically policy regulations and investment in water security. generally we know water security, and we discussed this in the morning as well. Even the availability, accessibility, and sustainability of water resources for human consumption, agriculture use, industrial use, and the environment as well. And UN defines water security as ensuring the availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. It's our SDG 6. So for us, it is essential to ensure adequate drinking water for all, support food security through agricultural irrigation, and maintain industrial productivity and economic growth. Why we need regulations and policy framework? This basically prevents over extraction and depletion of water resources, ensure fair distribution of water between sectors, and protect water quality by enforcing pollution control and wastewater management and treatment. It also defines rules and responsibilities for national and local agencies, and lastly, encourages private public sector investment in the sector and reducing regulatory risk as well. Now, if we see climate change impacts, every 1 degree global warming and 7% global population exposed over 20% decrease in water resources. And by 2030, water demand will outstrip water supply by 40%. So if we see why we are facing this challenge and what's the importance of this, even if we see the Quran, everything is made from water. And that's very important. وَجَعَلْنَا مِنَ الْمَاءِ كُلَّ شَيْءٍ حَيٍّ. Similarly, if we see divine rule, what guidance of a religion give us? Do not waste water, even if you perform your ablution on the banks of an abundantly flowing river. So the basic issue is at micro level that we have to control the use of clean water. And we use clean water with utmost responsibility. Our religion guides us that we must use clean water with responsibility. And this is the basic teaching. If we consider this, we don't need even wastewater treatment and other things. But as we are due to not complying this divine rule, we are facing challenges, and as Dr. Jamal already told, even per capita water availability is decreasing to critical level, even 500 liters. So this is very important that the basic root cause is the conservation of water and using every drop of water with responsibility. So if we see the current water security situation in Pakistan, even per capita availability, as we discussed earlier, and it is also falling below and below. And even climate change, we are also facing challenges. And 80% of the drinking water are contaminated. And Pakistan ranks 14th among world's most water-stressed countries. And even our rainwater storage is just 30 days. So these are very important issues with Pakistan. So that's why we are facing different challenges. And these are deteriorating urban water supply in cities and excessive groundwater extraction. This is also very important. If we see wastewater issue, Pakistan generates approximately 9 billion cubic meter of wastewater annually, and only 1% is treated. And the major sources are even domestic, 69%, agriculture, sorry, 69%, and 23% industry, and 8% domestic use. And similarly, we see in MENA region, we can see that out of 13.2 billion cubic meter wastewater produced, only less than 5 billion cubic meter is treated. So if we see the policies and regulations in Islamic countries, these are shaped by a combination of religious principles, environmental needs, and socio-economic factors. And in Islam, we have three major sources: tahur, tahir, and mutanajjis. The third one is basically the contaminated water, to whom we are just talking all the day. And contaminated water can be treated to restore its purity. Thirdly, in every religion, similarly in Islam as well, and also in modern wastewater treatment policies and regulations. For this, there are different regional initiatives and policies. If we see in MENA countries, their policy focus on to promote sustainable water use and environmental protection. And the treated wastewater is mainly used in irrigation, landscape, and industrial purposes. In Jordan, we see decentralized wastewater management policy 2016 aims to increase sewer network connectivity to 80% by 2025. And it focuses on community-based solutions. That's very important. I repeat again, community-based solutions, enhancing wastewater treatment facilities, and promoting the use of treated water in agriculture. Similarly, in Saudi Arabia, the country has invested in numerous sewage treatment plants with treated wastewater being repurposed for agricultural and industrial application. And in Pakistan, we work on National Water Policy 2018. The purpose is establish national governance framework for water and provides a governance framework for sustainable water use, focusing on wastewater treatment, pollution control, and urban water management. Similarly, Punjab Water Act 2019 increased conservation and groundwater management rules. And since Water Policy 2022 focused on desalination and groundwater regulation. And in Pakistan, Vision 2025, sustainable water management. This is also Sustainable Development Goal of 6.3 commitment that we improve water quality by increasing wastewater recycling. So I'll focus on this. If we see investment scenario in the water sector, Karachi Water and Sanitation Project funded by World Bank cost is $240 million. Similarly, Lahore Wastewater Management Project, $400 million, which is funded by IIT. And similarly, $10 billion project is required at the moment for upgradation of existing facilities and infrastructure. So funding and opportunities, government initiatives to establish more wastewater treatment plants and private public sector partnership for water infrastructure development, and the emerging trends are decentralized wastewater solutions and resources. So this is also very important. But we are facing major challenges. The first and very important is water storage efficiency. Similarly, agricultural waste is also very challenging for us, and weak regulatory framework. Even if we see, we can even follow different countries like India and China, which focus on rainwater harvesting and groundwater conservation. and China's free red line policy, which regulates industrial, agriculture, and municipal water usage, and AI-based water monitoring. Even Punjab is also now focusing on this, which reduces wastewater leakage by 45%. And South-North Water Transfer Project. Water security management in OIC countries must focus on integrated water resource management, transboundary water cooperation, capacity building programs, and it also must focus on OIC water vision, which include policy framework for collective water security strategies and collaborative platforms. These are different case studies and recommendations. The Lahore Ravi River pollution crisis and Karachi Kurangi industrial area wastewater management issue. These recommendations mainly focus on enhancing regulatory enforcement to ensure compliance, increase public awareness on the importance of wastewater treatment, and develop low-cost decentralized wastewater treatment solution for urban areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. You are taking your time. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mahmood Malik Sahab, who spoke about policy regulation and investment in the wastewater. And last recommendation, I think the main recommendation which he has made, that enhancing regulation and compliance and its enforcement in accordance with the various policy instruments, whether those are policies, whether there's a laws or the regulations, so those has to be fully in the best interest of the respective countries, particularly OIC countries. Thank you. The next speaker is Dr. Hani Ali Bagash, and he's from International Center for Chemical Research, University of Karachi. He is going to share his thoughts about the challenges and arbitration in anti-scalent trading for reverse osmosis plants and desalinations Yemen faces. The floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم جميعا. I am Hani Ali Bagaj from Yemen. أنا عربي ولست باكستاني. But I have come to here Pakistan to make some research here in Karachi. I will talk about an important issue. I was thinking if this issue is in Yemen, but I was surprised it is also in Pakistan. More than Yemen. We'll see, inshallah. And I want to inform you something. All the picture and the video you will see, it has been taken by my phone, not from Google. Okay. Let's start. Finally, I want to say I have an expert in water treatment for 17 years. That's all this issue I was talking about that what I have suffering through this period. I am talking about the anti-scalent that we use for reverse osmosis planet and the cheating about the trading in this chemical. See this video. We took it in Yemen for the one village in the rural village. How you can see these people, how they can get the drinkable water. It is difficult. They are suffering. In the rural village, how they can get what I call drinkable water. I remember in the morning, Dr. Iqbal Chaudhary said some village had to shift to other places because no available for drinking water, like this as you see here. So In this village, they have wells, yes, but it is salty wells. They can't drink from this well. Okay, so there is changes. Seriously, there are changes to get this clean, drinkable water because their well it is so salty. How we can solve like this issue? It is suffering also in Pakistan. It is suffering in Pakistan also. How we can solve that? By the small scale are open and it. For example, for this village, Alhamdulillah, they get foundation from charitable organization from Saudi Arabia to help them. Within our company, this was, they decided to give him this our planet with capacity about 12,000 liter per 1 hour. Okay. This is the RO planet when they be loading to the village. As you see here in the picture, it is in our company. Alhamdulillah, they loading. This is the RO planet now. It has delivery to, and it is in the side of this valley that you see the people before in the video. And this is, now it is working, Alhamdulillah. As you can see how the TDS of the feed water was and how it became. It was more than 6,000 ppm. 6,000 ppm. No one can drink the salty water like this. How this RO planet solve this issue? See here, this is our company. This is my engineering. They measuring the feed water before going to the RO planet, and after the, how much it becomes the salty water after the membranes. This is reverse. This is membrane RO planet working based on membranes, based on reverse osmosis membrane. Okay, this is technique. This is form, yes. Most of the speaker here talking about this one. See how it become, it is 113. Like this. Aquafina here, the same here. Okay, this is our planet. This is the reverse RO planet. As you see, it has complicated component, but it's divided to two parts. It's divided to main two parts. The first part is the pre-treatment filter. We have sand filter here. We have sand filter here. We have also cartridge here to remove all the solid particle from this RO planet. And after that, we have take this feeder water to reverse osmosis to the membranes, reverse osmosis membrane. Okay, and this is the general layout, the structure component of the commercial desalination RO planet. In my country, this RO planet sometimes we manufacture in our workshop, and some of them we important from China in many capacity according to the needed of the people. We have here in this village a lot of people there. We give him the RO plant capacity. For example, this in the picture, this is can produce about 3,000 liter per 1 hour. This can produce 1,000 liter per hour. This can produce 500 per hour. This also 500 per hour. This 1,000 per hour. This two. This was the first one. The previous one was 200 liter per hour. This is the membranes what I'm talking about. This is the membrane. This membrane, there are the responsible for distillation the water to make water undrinkable to drinkable water. This is the responsible. And this is the membrane. This is the one I'll put in my hand now. It is space of membrane. It consists of polymeric composite. This membrane can only let if the feed water or the salty water coming on side this surface, it is not, it has semi-porous. Semi-porous don't allow the salt to pass here. Only the water can pass. So after this filtration, you will get only the drinkable water from this membrane. Okay, this is my son. I call it my son this membrane, and this membrane that I am pictured him. Sometimes he make us happy, and sometimes he make us cry. You will see now later. About the maintenance that the Dr. Nasser Taher, he talking about this, the issue with this membrane, about the maintenance, this RO membrane. There is many process we should to take about it. The water, the feed water, before coming to this membrane should be treatment. We should remove all the particles from this water, and no bacteria, no particles, no anything, just the dissolved salt. Just the dissolved salt on this membrane should be or coming to here to this membrane for treatment. So as you see here, there is treatment water here, but there is something to see here. The feed water, before coming to this membrane, we mix this feed water with some chemicals. It is necessary chemical like chlorine, like coagulant, like acid base to adjust the pH of the feed water coming to the membrane, and also the antiscalant. This is the main topic about my presentation here. Antiscalant is the chemical we mix with the feed water to prevent the solid. Now I said these membranes will not allow the salt to burn. Okay. So what happened? What will happen for this salt? They accumulate here in the surface here. After accumulate, concentrate, then it will make scale. The scale will block the surface of this membrane and will destroy this membrane. So it is important to prevent any scale to form on the surface of membrane. So we need to injection or add some chemical. It's called antiscalant for this feed water before coming to the membrane for distillation. Okay, how we do that? We have, as you see, we have some chemical tanks. It's all chemical tanks for preparing this needed chemical solution to be injection to the feed water before going to the membrane. And you see, I am here in the picture. I am giving practice to the operator how to prepare this injection to chemical this injection membrane. I am also prepare some chemicals here, and this is the dosing pump. This is the responsible to take the chemical from the storage tank to the membrane to the feed water. When the feed water going to the membrane here, and you see this is my engineering. He adjusts this dosing pump according to the we should to calculate to injection this antiscalant or any chemicals, chlorine or mineral or acid or base in calculated dosing. This is important for our work. Or our membrane will destroy. Or it will stop. Okay. And it is now, it is working now. The injection chemical to the RO membrane, it is working. And as you see, this is we have dosing pump taking this chemical to injection to this feed water, as you see here in this chemical. Many chemicals we injection to the feed water as needed, as I said before. But what's the issue now? What's the issue? We are suffering about this chemical. All the chemicals, chlorine, acid, base, and anti-chlorine, mineral, I can measure its concentrate. I can measure its concentrate, except one. What is this antiscalant? When I buy this antiscalant, I don't know. No one who knows. Not available for reagent. No available. No devices for measuring about this is antiscalant is good quality or not good quality. No one knows. No one knows. Till now, no one knows. This is the technique about this reverse osmosis. It takes decades of years, but till now it is secret. All the manufacturers not allowed to anyone to know what the structure of this antiscalant. No one, and not available or any devices to buy. How to buy it? Just trust me. Buy from me. I will give you. You can test it. Okay, I will test it. But as you see, this is many bottles that we bought antiscalant. Nothing in the label. Nothing in the label. Antiscalant. It is antiscalant. No information. As you see, no information available for this antiscalant. Just brand name and model. And do you know what? This is Pure Life. We put also our sticker. We put also our sticker for our customer. What we can do. Okay. And you see all this. When I try to contact with manufacturing or sealer, give me MSPS. What you seal, what you give me. He give me this. If you read it, nothing available, no information, no details here. Just it is color, it is oil, it is pH, it is used for treatment 1, 2, 3, blah, 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 blah. What is it? I am chemical here. Give me. How can I know this is brand? It's better than the other brand. Give me anyway. Nothing, it is there, disappearing. And if you compare all MSDS, it is the same. They write the same phrase here, the same. You can hear it's a model ROS 4000, and the previous, it was Fitco 1000. The details is the same. The details is the same, but different. So if you, okay, I will try myself. Make sure, be careful. Do you know how much the cost of membrane? Each membrane costs $1,000. One membrane costs $1,000. Can my country is sold. I am selling out. If I try any I try any unknown anti-scalant, what will happen? As you see here, in my hand it is a scale. This membrane get a scale here, and this is my hand. The membrane start to destroy because of this anti-scalant here. I am trying to solve this water here, and after that, the customer call me, honey, please come to help us. I will do my best. Sometimes I succeed, sometimes unfortunately, your membrane out. Buy a new one. He would start to cry. You see here, I am making many maintenance for the person's smooth planet, and sometimes I need to cleaning this planet, like to help. Inshallah, sometimes alhamdulillah, it's all. But sometimes, unfortunately, nothing here. And as you see here, now what I am doing here, I am removing the membrane out. Removing the membranes out. And this one customer, he is crying. You know how many membranes he lost? 36 membranes, $6,000 he lost, it dropped out. What he can do? The Arrow brand will stop to get funding from the government, as Dr. Tahir said. This is what happened there. As you see, all these membranes get dropped. And how many, this other customer there, how many membranes will drop here? About 30. I am here, I am crying with the customer. What I can do? Because he was unknown anti-scalant there. And you see, this is in Iceland, our open Iceland, to desalination the seawater. Do you know what happened to people when this RO plant stop? They cannot drink. They will die. They will die. No other source. You are in Iceland. RO plant stop. Okay, what happened? They will be crazy. How many members were dropping? About 60 members have been dropping. This I take this picture for myself. 60 members have dropped. We are talking about $6,000. Can you make it about this for one granted? So what the challenges of in this trading marketing with this anti-scalant? Number one, as you see, the manufacturer refused to disclose the composition of the anti-scalant solution. They give you, as you said in the label, give you, it is like, you know the soap? This is the soap. This is good soap, this is good soap. How you can compare between them? Nothing available. If you contact with the manufacturer, give me the details. You said, no, give me your samples. I will analyze myself. I will give you the dosage. That is the answer here. The second challenge is this. The trading of anti-scalant also in here in Pakistan, it depends on the trust. What the meaning of the trust? This is seller, this is seller, this is seller. Okay, believe me, I will give you good product. I will try. It is good, okay? So I will stay buy from this one. All this long time. Do you know what? From my life, I get two seller. One seller sell the anti-scalant by $50. The second one buy the same anti-scalant by $400. It is the same quantity. Can. So how you can make this? It is big issue here. And unfortunately, no chemical, no physical means to verify the product quality and compare with other. Companies really solely on the trust to secure the customer purchase. Open no brand in some village. We are talking about the village. What do you mean the village? Village? No, again, no marketing done. Only one seller you should to buy from them. You all that your trust on this seller. Some seller, okay, he has this brand. Sometimes he don't have this brand. What should to do? It is a dangerous adventure, as I see here. The marketing monopolized and pricing. Company monopolize information to ensure the product sale, resulting to extremely high prices compared to other. And it's gonna be based on the trust. As it is, this trading, unfortunately, is based on the trust here. As you see, how many the trading of this is our own imbalance here. As you see here, how many imbalance we said. This is our order from Dubai. How many imbalance we order? Okay. And as you see, this I am here and this container. We bought this product from China here, and as you see here, see this invoice here. See the dates of this invoice. It was before 2 weeks. Before 2 weeks, how many anti-scans we bought? 150, 150. Yeah. And this all this invoice was before 1 month, 2 months. See how many anti-scans we bought. And all with this brand. See, but what I can do? We are, unfortunately, we are talking about this trading according to the trust with the seller here. And conclusion, the anti-scaling marketing phase is showing it to the lake transparency, quality verification, and regular availability, high prices, and relates to the trust. And as you see, you can check here the conclusion and the recommendation. I will focus about two recommendations. Number one, we need laws. We need laws to make this company to disclose about the composition of the membrane, and we need also to support the laboratories in the university to get any ways or any test to can compare this the quality of this anti-scan available in the market. And I have coming here to Pakistan to do this research. Inshallah, we can solve this. I bring from Yemen many samples for anti-scan. As you see, it is different in color, different viscosity, but both have the same label. It is anti-scan. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm thankful.
Thanks, Dr. Hani, for your very dedicated work in context with the membrane, anti-scalent market, its challenges related with the monopoly and pricing, etc. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Dr. Arslan Ahmed, sir, who is a chemical engineer and co-founder of Every Pakistan. He is going to discuss the maximizing membrane longevity with the anti-fouling advantage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the kind introduction, but I am not a doctor actually. I'm a, I am a chemical engineer and the founder of the company I'm going to represent here today, Wastewater. So I founded Wastewater 9 years back, and this company was founded out of sheer necessity and need. One of my founders, Shayan, co-founder Shayan, he fell very ill in our third year of university, and he lost 40 kgs weight. Luckily, he was 120 kgs, so it was a good weight loss journey. But if he was a normal weight already, he would have died, and that is a very serious thing to know. So we found out that basically these problems are very manageable, and all the rural Pakistanis are suffering from these problems. And that is when we deep dived in clean drinking water and the technologies we can use to, handle these problems. This company was founded in my hostel dorm in the third year, and our vision for this company was to make water accessible for everyone, because we think that is a basic right for every human. And our mission is to develop technologies that can be used in agricultural, industrial, and healthcare use for liquid separation in this field. I think Wastewater is maybe the only and first company in Pakistan working in these fields, manufacturing the membranes and innovating them as well. Our journey started in 2015. As I told you, one of my founders, he fell ill. We started working on finding the solutions on how this drinking water problem can be solved. Our product with the name of Life Straw, if you have heard of it, came in front of us. A very handy product that can be used anywhere to drink clean water from the surface sweet water. At that time, we started working on hollow fiber membranes and how they can be used. it's my final year project as well. So we started working on the membranes, and we found out there was not a single machine in all of Pakistan where we could fabricate our own membranes. And that was our first problem. We started working on fabricating the machine so that we can spin our own membranes. We fabricated our own machine in our own lab in our department and started spinning our own membrane. We started manufacturing our own modules and testing them in CSIR, PCRWR. It took us hundreds of iterations to come to the product that can be used in real life. That product that could be used, we tested it on the canal water of Lahore. I'm from Lahore. I'm a chemical engineer from UET Lahore. So that is where we did our basic research. That module was tested on the water of canal, the canal of Lahore. I'm sure you have seen it. So after that, we founded this company in 2016 to 18. We went after some investors to invest some money in us so we can take this product forward. In 2019 to 21, we were working on our membrane still to make it more usable. And then came the floods of Pakistan in 2022. And we were approached by many, many organizations that were doing CSR, many banks, the government, to help them in giving clean drinking water accessible to the people of interior Sindh and Balochistan that were, affected by the flood. At that time, we distributed almost 50,000 of our units in the flood. That meant almost 500,000 people had access to clean drinking water because of our filter. We had a need of more than 100,000 more that we couldn't give to the people because we couldn't fast track our operations in such a fast pace. Currently, we are working on a very rare, unique membrane that has a pore size of 16 nanometer, and that can filter out all the viruses out of water, all of the bacteria, and it only needs the gravitational pull of the earth to do that. It doesn't need any pressure. This membrane, we have tested it already. It works fine, and we are working on commercializing it. This is a product suite of us that we are currently offering in the market. 2 of them are UF membranes and the rest are nanofiltration membranes. The UF membranes, one of them has a pore size of 100 nanometers. It can filter out all the bacteria. And the other one has a pore size of 16 nanometer, and it can filter out all the bacteria, viruses, parasites, protozoa, and everything. The rest are nanofiltration membranes, and if you can see, we have been able to achieve 99% monovalent rejection in one of our membranes, and we are calling it EWR099. And it works. It is a nanofiltration membrane, and it doesn't need much pressure as RO needs. So, and one of our main innovations that I can mention is achieving exoteric resistive membrane. Basically, it is an intrinsically antimicrobial membrane. We have been able to entangle zinc in our membrane chain in a way that it doesn't leach out, and it makes the surface area of the membrane antimicrobial. So basically, whenever a living thing, a microorganism comes in contact with the membrane, it instantly kills it. And it has increased the life of our membrane many folds because it doesn't allow the production of biofilm on our membrane. We have patent coverage in almost 28 regions and 82 countries all around the globe. And the top of them is United States of America. The future roadmap of my company is to currently 30% of the surface area of the membrane is antimicrobial. So basically 30% of the membrane cannot have biofilm and the rest can have it. Our current goal for this year is to achieve 90% surface area antimicrobial ability so that our membranes can have much more longer life. This is our product suite that we are currently offering in the domestic market. The one we gave in the flood, you can see it on the bottom left of the screen, the blue one. It was given to almost 50,000 families and they had access to clean drinking water for 2 years. If you can see on the top left, This is a bottle, dispenser bottle that will be placed on dispensers, and it will have a capacity of 16 liters. You can fill it up from any source of water as long as it is sweet water, and it will give you clean drinking water. And this bottle has a capacity of 10,000 liters. So basically that means it replaces around 500 normal dispenser bottles in its lifetime, saving hundreds of thousands of rupees for the buyer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Aslan Saab. I think this is one of the very applied presentation made by, and usually there is a disconnect between the universities and R&D organization and the commercialization. I think within less than 10 years, they have not only designed the membrane, but as well as developed the membrane and commercialize it. And with an excellent future roadmap here for their company. Thank you. Our last presentation is Taimur Shah Durrani Sahab, Dr. Taimur Shah Durrani, who's lecturer. I think he's my PhD scholar as well, completing his PhD nowadays, and he's going to speak about ensuring water security for public health and the connection between safe water and human well-being. Twice.
Thank you, sir. Assalamu alaikum, dear all ladies and gentlemen. My name is Taimur Shah Durrani, and I am currently teaching in the Department of Environmental Science, Bhutan. Before going towards the contents of the topic, that is ensuring water security for public health, I have done my master's and MPhil from Qaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad, since from 2017, and then I have joined the Bhutan University. The organization with whom I have worked is IUCN, USAID for blanket field water testing, Islamic Relief, Water Policy Workshop, as UNDP, ASA, FAO, and Lumivero International Conference that was dealt with the ML in data mining. These are the contents of my presentation. Overview on water security, Pakistan scenario, economic burden related to the water, when water becomes a hazard, a case study of Quetta water security, and short documentary. These are some of the terminologies that are mostly parallel to the water. These are the water scarcity that deals with availability, water stress, water security, and water risk. I will be focusing on the water quality sector that further deals with the clean, managed, and improved infrastructure for water security. Looking towards the OIC water stress country status, these are the status of the OIC water stress. The red indicates the very high countries that are water stressed. Overall, when seen on the OIC status, it constitutes 13% of the population with and consuming 23% of the water resources. However, rest of the non-OIC countries are consuming 87% of the water resources. This is again the WWF water filter that shows the risk of the different physical risk that is posed to the basins of overall the world. This is again showing the withdrawal of water resources from the Pakistan and along with the other OIC countries, showing that extremely high, the Pakistan is at extremely high ratio with the content of more than 80% of the withdrawal is going on in Pakistan. Now, what is water scarcity with respect to the Pakistan status, and what is water risk? When seen to the Pakistan status, Pakistan comes 135th in the contributing to the emissions, 8th climate affected country. Per capita water availability is 150 meter cubic. And out of the 320 billion cubic meter used in South Asia, Pakistan is the second country consuming the largest water resources, that is 60 billion cubic meter. Out of the overall water resources, most of the water is lost, that is 60%, while only 40% of the water is consumed. Looking toward the water scarcity, globally 4 billion people are affected, 2/3 of the world population, 73% resides in Asia. By 2050, this ratio will reach to the 6 billion people. Looking again towards the Pakistan status with respect to water risk, Pakistan is at water risk since 2012 on the top with the global perspective, with the 2 billion people overall affected with 26% of the population. Overall, 3 billion lacks drinking water quality, and they are at high risk. Then again, towards the water security, a number of work done by the PCRWR along with the PCSIR, they are 75% water constitute 75% of the daily intake, out of which safe water since 2000, from the past 2 decades, they have only improved by 2% from 38% to 36% till 2020. Looking towards the economic cost of water resources, when seen, it's almost constitutes $12 billion per year, 4% of the GDP of Pakistan, 30% of the diseases, and 40% of the deaths. These are all related to the floods, poor sanitation, poor drinking water, poor water data, and weak planning processes. When water becomes a hazard, it's just because of the high concentration of the PTEs, potentially toxic elements in the groundwater. These are a number of fluoride, nickel, cadmium, a number of those you are most familiar. These are related to a number of diseases such as osteoporosis, kidney disorders, kidney stones, you can say stomach issues and intestinal issues, as well as the central nervous system. A case study of Quetta, these are the 2 papers that have been published in 2021, and along with the 2024, based on the concentration of fluoride in groundwater of Quetta. This is basically the status of groundwater quality with respect to fluoride. This is the graphical abstract of the study that shows the brownish red coloring of teeth in the people, and it is ubiquitous in those areas and found endemic. The brownish red color is basically a chronic disorder that after 50 years of age affects the bones of the people. And in this study, I have used a number of techniques such as the geospatial distribution, support vector machine, random forest model, classification trees, and risk assessment model. This was basically the sampling points of the groundwater. Most of you would be familiar with the Quetta. It is basically a watershed area that is capital of Balochistan, and not like Punjab, where there are individual wells at homes in 200 feet or 100 feet or 300 feet. There are basically in Balochistan, there are community wells that are run by the government. So these were the sampling points. Balochistan and further Quetta basically lies on the southwestern part of the Pakistan. And this graph basically shows the elevation of the Quetta and the major streams that runs from the east to west of Quetta. And on the right side, we have fluoride inversely distance-weighted GIS models that shows the prediction of the fluoride concentration that was as high as 20 mg per liter in the dry season as compared to the 0.05 to 0 degree mg per liter in the wet season after floods of 2022. And these are the concentration depicting that the fluoride concentration is quite high in 27% of the samples, along with the concentrations of potassium. And these are the sources of these chemicals are basically natural sources, that is originate from the geochemical sources. And these are further the geochemical modeling of the various parameters such as the EC, chloride, magnesium, alkalinity, etc. And in this graph, it shows the hazard risk, that is with respect to the hazard quotient that is posed to the people of Quetta following from the infant to the adult. The highest hazard risk is posed to the infants because when they intake high fluoridated water, they are at the development stage, so they need to drink clean and filtered water. And further, when looked at the water quality index of the Quetta with respect to the water classification maps, it indicates that at the basin or the central basin valley, the center of the area, the water quality index is quite low. The from 51 to 100, it indicates good quality water that is found on the feedment plains and high elevation areas, as compared to the low elevation areas where the water quality index is poor to very poor. And this is basically an innovative work with respect to the machine learning technologies that depicts the concentration of fluoride with respect to the CART model, that is classification and regression tree model. It depicts that when the salinity is low, then we will observe low fluoride in those areas, as compared to when the salinity is greater than 314 mg per liter. So the fluoride will also be found 2.1 in 17.5% of the samples. On the left-hand side, we have support vector machine and random forest regression model that highlights the variables that are responsible for driving the concentration of fluoride in the groundwater of Quetta. In conclusion, fluoride is a ubiquitous issue. CART model outperformed the SPM and the RFR model. Key fluoride predictors are sodium, salinity, calcium, and GIS and machine learning are useful predicting tools in contamination. Urgent needs for membrane removal technologies for fluoride, such as the RO filters, public awareness program at institutional level, and support sustainable drinking water management policies. And it will catch or it will come under the umbrella of SDG 6.1 till 6.6 to monitor and analyze the drinking water quality with all aspects from bacterial to the micro elements or the trace elements that are found, because it has a complex geology in Quetta, and membrane technologies are the feasible options that could be used, such as the reverse osmosis, as well as we have also after the disinfection and chlorination process, and that should be a cost-effective remediation method. And furthermore, I will also suggest that nature-based technology should also be used that are best in filtering the groundwater with respect to different chemicals. And these are the recommendations and future directions: potential toxic elements in groundwater, groundwater flow modeling, that is the other aspect of my studies, which is basically a 3D groundwater modeling through ModFlow software, and research collaborations among the OIC member countries with respect to the knowledge and training exchange, and mapping of the water under human and technological exchange of the ideas through holistic approach is recommended. And this is basically the flow chart, how the groundwater flow model will be developed for the Quetta Basin, in which the recharge and the discharge will be inputted in the ModFlow model. And we will found that what is basically the budget, such as the economic budget. So we will found what is the groundwater budget of the Quetta Valley. And these are the submitted papers that are work on the world groundwater fluoride contamination, with over 30 researchers from around the world are working on it. And it has been submitted to the environmental chemistry letter. Along with it, another paper that has been submitted to the Environment Development and Sustainability Journal with respect to the identifying the hotspot areas with respect to the probabilistic modeling of PTEs. So now here, a short documentary would be displayed that how the Quetta, how the Quetta Valley is affected, and there is no monitoring system though this is the capital of Balochistan, but there is no monitoring system with respect to the microbial as well as the PTEs or other trace elements. So this is a short documentary that has been made by the Airwine News channel regarding the effect of untreated water that the people are drinking.
In the meanwhile, please, I request all the first persons to given their presentations in the scientific session 2 to please come on the stage so that few questions can be taken. Dr. Shiv Jamal sir, Dr. Ashok Malik sir, Dr. Haini, Mr. Arslan Ahmed sir, and now this is the new part into the part of the celebration.
Thank you everyone for watching.
Thank you, Brian, sir, for giving a very interesting presentation, particularly with respect to membrane removal technology, creating public awareness, and one of the recommendation is very pertinent, which is means sustainable drinking water policies, and those policies may be compatible with the SDG 6, not only SDG 6, but as well as the 8 targets of the SDG 6. Thank you. In the last, on the behalf of the Comsec Secretary Islamabad, I thanks to all of the distinguished resource persons, eminent scientists who came from the OIC countries, as well as who participated from the Pakistan's leading various R&D organizations, universities in their private capacity as an entrepreneur of giving a success stories of their respective organizations by covering the theme of the workshop, which was evaluating the potential of membrane technology for desalination and wastewater recycling in OIC countries. Thanks to all of you. It was a great privilege and honor for all of us. Thank you very much. And now I request Dr. Iqbal Chaudhary Sahab to come forward for the distribution of the certificates among the presenters. And please, Halim Asghar Sahab, please join in. So, first is Dr. Hani Ali Bagash, who is from Yemen, and who presented his remarkable work on the technology, on the membrane technology. Then is Dr. Arshad Mahmood Malik Saab. Dr. Tahir Rafiq Saab. Mr. Taimur Shah Durrani Saab. Mr. Arslan Ahmed, Engineer Arslan Saab. Last, I don't know why my name is there, Professor Dr. Rashid Aftab. Please join on a cup of tea and happy Ramadan, and have safe flight back to your respective countries and cities. Thank you.
One announcement, please, for everyone, for the participants especially. You all will get the certificate through your email addresses. So have a good cup of tea and don't worry about the certificates, please.